Hello everyone, Sanjay here, and I just love this song. I mean, I love most of the Guild Wars music. Some of the Nightfall stuff I'm not as fond of. But that's not what we're here for today. We're here, or at least I'm here, to make some more builds. Because, turns out there's an awful lot of elite skills in this game, and I certainly didn't get through all of them yesterday, especially with the internet going out on me in the middle of things, so hopefully it'll be more stable today. Also, I was real thirsty. Okay, right. So when last we left off, I had made some builds. So let's see. Do I want who do I want to continue specifically doing stuff for? I'm just looking through what options I have. I still haven't made an unyielding aura bar. So let's add Ogden in. Make unyielding aura. Let's do something with energy boon for monk. Or for monk? For elementalist, sheesh. Okay, let's just start by removing the skills here and grabbing unyielding aura. I want to leave Resig there for the moment. Why is my ear itchy? You ever have one of those moments where you're just like, but why though? Why is my ear itchy? This is one of the questions I need to ask is when I'm doing stuff with pets. Right here I'm looking at Rampages 1. When I'm doing stuff with pets, should I only do them on primary ranger or should I do them on like what's Parafear Shot set up as? Okay, you're doing something, but you're available. Okay, so I think what I want to do here, actually, I want to do Beast Mastery, and I want to do a Rampages 1 bar. Everything else can go bye-bye. There's a couple of options here that I'm going to have to figure out. I like the idea of running Hammer with Rampages 1 because Hammer has some good energy management options. I feel like I've got some whiskers tickling my nose, and it's very unfortunate. Let's grab Anton. I want to make a Dark Apostasy bar. Dark Apostasy. I got some thoughts here about what I'm doing with this. Sure, we can get Kamu back in here. Make Pious Renewal. I haven't done Pious Renewal yet. Pious Renewal also really likes channeling for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Cultist's Fervor. Life Transfer, Offering of Blood, Order of the Vampire. Let's actually get a warrior in here. Do I care what weapon they're using? That's a good question. I think this is probably... Huh. That was a very good question. I think I'm going to go with... I don't know. I don't know what Jorah's set up with right now. Jorah has some runes. Let's go with... Orin, are you unruined? Yeah, okay. You'll do. I'm probably going to switch him to sword for this, but that's okay. Man, there's so many freaking skills in this game. We're going to be here doing this for weeks. Weeks. Okay, yeah, let's make a Shield of Regen Paragon. I like Shield of Regen on Paragons. Actually, no. Well, hmm. Yeah, let's do something weird with Paragon here. I don't know. But, so the reason why I like Shield of Regeneration on Paragons is because Paragons can generate a lot of excess energy to use it with. And the energy requirements tend to be kind of rough for Monk. But I can see this working well in Elementals as well. I do have... That's actually... Maybe I don't want Shield of Regen Paragon. Maybe I want... Maybe I do want it on something like Necromancer or... Yeah, let's put a... Let's not use Shield Regen here. We can go with Shatterstorm. But that might focus too many... Because I also did... Okay. I kind of want to put Shatterstorm on something else just because I'm focusing too much of the enchantment removal elites from Mesmer on Paragon, if that makes sense. I'd kind of prefer to balance it out a little bit. Oh, what do you do for Grunt's balance? That's a heck of a question. And I think that's going to probably be a blood bar mostly. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting some ideas for that. Let's go actually. I don't have Olias in here yet, do I? Elias. Let's grab Grunt's balance. Okay. Do that one. Definitely don't want that. That's heals. Alright. Alright, and I was having Gorn be / Necromancer. I went Death Magic, and then Swordsmanship. Probably minimal strength, but some strength is probably good. What I want to do here is I want to do Aura of the Lich. Okay. Now, who needed a weapon? There's somebody who needed a weapon. Bleh. Candy cane weapons are the scourge of inventories. Get out of here, candy cane bow. I do not need you at all. Okay, so I wanted to make you hammer. Gorn has a hammer that I can yoink. And then you can get it. Okay, most of these guys are fine. I need a sword though. So Gorn, get your sword. There we go. Oh yeah, I want this as well. Because one of the things with oh, you know what would be sweet with Dark Apostasy is that always critical axe attack, Keen Chop. That would actually be sweet with it. I'm not gonna do that because A, I can't slash bonus an axe, so that's kind of awkward, and B, I had another idea in mind, but it is a cool one. Okay, I want to give you the Icy Soul Breaker because I'm gonna go slash Dervish here. No daggers, all critical strikes, all Scythe Mastery. Okay, because what I want to do with this is like Dark Apostasy, Critical Eye, Way of the Master. And then let's give you these, and Malicious Strike seems like a real good idea because it always results in a critical hit, which is great for that. Let's see, do I have another? Because this inflicts cripple, the crippled condition. This only applies to dagger attacks. Makes your dagger attacks cause bleeding. Not all weapons, unfortunately. It's just crippling victory. Well, that's a little awkward. Do I want Victorious Sweep here? So I have a couple of options. I can put on Victorious Sweep, or I can put on like Radiant Scythe. The advantage of Radiant Scythe is it helps with energy, though. I feel like this is a bar that's going to want help with energy. Because Dark Apostasy is a lot of energy. Even if you're landing crits, what it effectively does is it negates the bonus. Now, obviously, with this, ideally you have 13 critical strikes, so you're getting 3 energy. 3 energy plus 1 energy here. Plus a Zealous Weapon, preferably. Cancels out the energy cost. But I think Radiant Scythe is going to be an important balancing act. Obviously, these all being 6 is a little annoying, but what you going to do? So, yeah, I want to try this, because the idea of triggering Dark Apostasy on multiple enemies at once is pretty sweet. And I like Malicious Strike being an auto-crit working really well with Dark Apostasy for certain enemies. So, we'll see how that one goes. Elias, yeah, I wanted to actually get out of here. Curses. Get out of here, Domination Magic. I actually want primarily Blood Magic. Oh, you know what? You know what? This is interesting. Because what I was thinking is Illusion of Weakness is a good safety valve here and also gets things going. This is really tricky to use, though, because the AI is going to be like, no, don't get your HP that low. But you know what? I can do, like, Awaken the Blood. This is really weird, but, like, Awaken the Blood right here bumps up Blood Magic. And then, like, making it sack more from Dark Pact is actually kind of useful. 3 seconds to target foe and all adjacent foes. I mean, sure. Problem is, so like, this theoretically wants to use Touch of Agony. And Wallow's Bite, but the... Here, let's actually display his list for some life sacrifice skills. I could Blood Ritual. Good old Offering of Blood. Order of Pain also does a lot. But these are unfortunately melee range, which makes me a little hesitant to use them. They're very energy efficient. So far this bar does not use a ton of energy. So, like, I could Blood Ritual. Yeah, because, again, the thing is I don't really want to send him into melee range, necessarily, so... Just using a lot of Dark Pact is kind of neat. Demonic Flesh is specifically used a skill that targets foe, you deal damage to all other foes adjacent to you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And speaking of Agony, you suffer from bleeding and all nearby foes take damage. This is also not useful for what we've got going on here. Strip Enchantment's probably fine. I have a few spare points. I could also just stick them in Curses and grab... Ooh, Meekness is not terrible for this either. This is... Yeah, because Enfeebling Blood would potentially be good, or Defile Flesh. 7 seconds of weakness seems a bit mediocre. What if we take 1 point from blood magic to put some actual points into curses? This would get me up to 8. So that seems pretty reasonable, because this is +2. With the file flash, honestly. I kind of wish that everything that had to do with life sacrifice and necromancer was in blood magic, by the way, for like thematic consistency. But anyway, this is 11 blood magic. It's going to go up to 13, so these are the values that you would see ordinarily at that. I think that's fine, because then the idea is that you use a bunch of life sacrifice skills to grants balance up, and if your HP gets too low, illusion of weakness also is a bit of a safety net. That's kind of the idea. That's the best idea I got. Grants balance is not an easy skill to make use of. What this does is this tries to steal health from enemies. It's to even out your HPs. It's really awkward. I'm not a big fan of it. Gorin, yeah, you're doing swordsmanship stuff with Aura of the Lich. Because why not? That's what I'm feeling. None of these otherwise are terribly useful. I guess Fetid Ground is interesting if I had a knockdown, but I'm making this guy a sword dude because that feels thematically appropriate for some reason, so that's not really a thing. Let's give him Vile Miasma too. You know what? I'm feeling it. Let's give a Barbarous Slice and Gash, because this is if you're not in a stance, it does things. It's interesting. Pure Strike or Jaizanju Strike, they're the same skill. Also has some utility here. But the energy seems a bit rough. There's not a way to inflict crippled in Necromanceries. So. Grapple. Good old grapple. Hey, you know what? Let's put on Distracting Blow, though. That seems nice. Like there's hamstring. The reason why I'm thinking about this is knee cutter is a good way of helping to get energy back with sword, but it's not really going on here. Yeah, if that foe's knocked down though. Again, this is not really doing knockdown stuff. This is one of those things where, like, it's a bit rough just because options are a bit limited. Let's just go Galarath Final Thrust and call it a bar. Yeah, we'll call it a bar. I do like the idea of running Fetid Ground on something that does knock down, though. Let's see. I feel like I'm kind of going a little bit scattered here with this process. This is an interesting question. Pious Renewal tends to put, and like there's some certain skills that you really kind of want with Pious Renewal. Something like this. What do I do for my secondary, though? Because I like to do something for my secondary. Is what I'm trying to think through is if there's something that rewards you for constantly casting spells or applying enchantments or, I mean, those sorts of things. The Ranger Monk. That'd be an interesting Smiting Prayers if there's something there that did it. Actually, Zealot's Fire specifically. I don't think that works. Zealot's Fire and Pious Renewal. I doubt Zealot's Fire is triggered by Pious Renewal. Because it's non-targeted. But now I'm supremely curious, so I'm going to swap characters to a Dervish to test this. Like I said, I doubt this works. But, oh yeah, I'm here at Remains of Salaja because I'm wondering things. Okay, Monk, get this out of here. I need Pious Renewal and Smiting Prayers. Okay, this is why Isle of the Nameless exists. I'm going to leave my party here because they're probably being useful. Actually, I don't need them. Never mind. Is the Ancient Hornbow a cool skin? I don't know. This one has a Strength of Honor in it. I did a bunch of openings of Aishin chest recently. Bought some keys from a friend and got some cool stuff, including a Rec 9 Celestial, inscribable Celestial Sword. Okay, that does exactly as little as I expected it to. I kind of figured that would be the result, but there was like a non-zero chance that it would work the way that I wanted it to, and I just had to know for sure. Because if it did work, that would have been real sweet. I think we can all agree on that. Okay. Okay, so Zealot's Fire, clearly, like, a preposterous notion, but one that I wanted to verify. I feel like there might be something. Obviously, there's Arcane Zeal, but, like, that's also just as equally obviously not a thing. Necromancer. Like, there's Soul Barbs, which, like, there's punishment stuff that punishes you for doing this. I'm just trying to think through if there's anything that's positive. There's, like, Elementalist Elites that specifically reward you for casting Elementalist spells. Yeah, I don't think there is, unfortunately. It would be kind of cool if there was something that I could use, but I don't think so, alas. It would work real well with meditation, though. Okay, what do I want to do with the secondary then? Like, this is a spot where, like, the only spell that comes to mind is, channeling. I don't really feel like this needs channeling, because this is so much energy management by itself. Plus, I'd use channeling with the avatar of Lissabar, so I kind of don't want to do too much of that same sort of thing if I can help it. So this is the closest to like a whenever you cast a spell. The next spell you cast is disabled for an additional 10 seconds, and you gain 110% of that spell's energy cost. I mean, yeah, you could do that with Pious Renewal, and then Pious Renewal would recharge itself. That'd be a bit goofy, but you could. I mean, I often run Pious Fury. This is one of those situations where it's like, okay, I kind of want to do something here, but I'm not quite sure what. I could do, like, Pious Fury Stormjin's Haste. What other run speed buffs are there? There's Illusion of Haste. I don't quite like Illusion of Haste. It does let you run faster, but when it ends, you become crippled for a few seconds. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do Illusion of Haste here. How long do we get off of that? 8 seconds? I mean, this seems fine-ish. Sure, why not? Why not Illusion of Haste? Because then it doesn't have to worry about accidentally stripping it or whatever. I don't know. We'll just do a thing. We'll do a thing and call it good. Okay, your bar already did. You need to go / warrior. Come for animal. Antidote. Not antidote signet. Res signet. I don't know. I don't know where I'm clicking now. I want auspicious blow. Rude swing. I also actually really want staggering blow. Right here. Because what's important is I want scavenger strike. Energy management's really, really important with Rampage as one because it's so expensive. Even with expertise, it's very expensive. This is why I want Auspicious Blow and Scavenger Strike to help offset the huge energy costs. This hits a foe suffering from weakness. That foe's knocked down. You strike for plus 22 damage. I feel like it's not proper without some sort of knockdown. The question is, do I want Heavy Blow or do I want Hammer Bash? I think I'll just go with Hammer Bash. It's reliable. Losing all Adrenaline sucks, but you're not going to get away from that on non-elite knockdown skills, so... I like rolling with this. I don't know. 100% best staggering blow. It's going to be better. I don't think they use Belly Smash super intelligently, unfortunately. Crushing blows may be an option, but I want something that's a little bit more reliably getting conditions around, so... First weakness and deep wound if you knock him down. There are other options for conditions. A good example is Poison Spite would allow me to have him poison, but again, that uses... Like, I want to be somewhat minimal. This one's getting a pass because it's area of effect. Oh, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with Energy Boon yet. Okay, so that's... These all... I need skill for these two. I'm kind of working backwards, aren't I? I also had the realization that something that would be a real good idea is actually to apply or to run ads while I'm filling out this, like the spreadsheets and saving everything off. Hope everyone is doing well today, though. Ah, so that goes. Yeah, 12 is an important breakpoint for Energy Boon. Raises the maximum health of you and your target ally by 3 for each of your respective maximum energy. When it's first applied, you and your target gain 10 energy, and you gain additional energy. Okay, so what do we do with that energy? So there's a couple of things that are important about this one. The first of which is that this is actually a not coupled to, I'm getting some ideas here. Yeah, you know what I want to do? I want to friggin' spam Conjure Nightmare. Conjure Phantasm. Illusion of Pain, maybe. And... Oh, you know what? Never mind Illusion of Pain. How about Frustration and... Wandering Eye is good with that. I'm looking to see if... I have some here that are the interrupty things, but are quicker. Okay, how about this nonsense? Yeah. I don't know what this is, but I'm curious to try it. You gain 1 energy and are healed for each time you cast a spell. Yeah, so the 1 energy gain from that's what I'm looking at. Glyph of Lesser will help with offsetting the cost of Conjure Nightmares. This one's really sweet with Wandering Eye because they take damage whenever they're interrupted. And if his skill is interrupted, it deals double damage. So even if they're just normal attacking, they'll take an additional 41 from that. Like, I actually really like Frustration. It adds a lot of additional damage. It's just a little bit subtle about how it goes about it. Yeah, I'll try that sort of weirdness. Okay. And this enchantment, and yeah, while you maintain your monk spells heal for 51% more health. What am I going to do with my freaking secondary? This is always the question that I run into, is like, I want to try to use my secondary for something. As you can see, like, all of these are doing something with their secondary. So it's like, okay, well, what do I do with my secondary when this is, like, specifically, like, hyper-focused on, you are monk now. Let's see. I mean, the obvious things are, like, Divine Healing and Heaven's Delight. It only applies to spells as well, so... For one of these, I need to make an old school MM bar. Let's see. Maybe a no attribute skill would be good. Probably, actually. Just trying to think through what profession would have useful no attribute skill. Mesmer actually has quite a few. Elementalist has some no attribute skills. The Glyph of Concentration is notably useful anti-interruption tech. But, like, I like the idea of going protection prayers here, specifically for dismiss condition. See, these don't tend to explicitly heal as much. Yeah, let's put on Orison. Guess. Orison's a little bit of an underwhelming spell a lot of the time, but it's not the worst. I don't know. We'll go with this sort of weird thing. And just forget this character has a secondary for the purposes of this, because this does really want to reward you for using monk healing spells. Not everything has to. Like, Healer's Covenant's probably likewise going to be that way. Okay, well, let's go give these guys their test. Still a bit early in the stream. Man, it takes like half an hour to put together these. Like a full set of bars. Crazy. Let's go see if there's anything just like objectively non-functional. Good job, Goran. Everybody loves you going and making that one minion. Oh, energy boon to Ogden, I see. Oh, good. I wasn't actually sure whether or not Pyre here had a pet, but he does, so... Seems he's able to do his energy all right. as well, so that's good news. Okay, this doesn't look like it's just falling apart. So that's good. Blood rituals helping Ogden over here, I'm noticing. Yeah, he's not going to like Elias at all. That's the thing that's going to be really tricky, is like Elias's bar makes monks real sad. Okay, let's go try the other direction and see how that goes. I wish Contagion plus Headbutt could be a build, by the way. Just go into an area, headbutt something, and just daze everything around you. It'd be great. Alright, well, time for you all to show what you can do. Okay, so the obvious thing that I'm noticing is Kami does not know how the heck to play Pious Renewal. I mean, he's doing an okay job, but he just isn't really great at it. Also, things don't like having Conjure Nightmare on them, as it turns out. Here, Lynx. This area is real good at testing your conditioning healing capabilities. Yeah. So one of the things I'm seeing with Ogden is his energy is just kind of bad with this bar. That kind of makes sense. It's not really a good single target healer. I don't know if Elias, like how often Elias will actually get to use his elite. I don't think his bar is like bad at making it happen. I think the monks are going to be bad at making it happen. Also, I strongly suspect, boy, watching Ogden's bar drop like that. At what point do they think, oh, I should use Grunt's Balance? Because I'm pretty sure it should be at that point by now. Woo! Very low is the answer, as it turns out. Okay, Elias's bar is very suicidal. That's what I've learned here. Here, let me heal some people. Ogden's bar is not great, and part of the reason is his energy is pretty bad. I think I'm gonna replace Dwayna's Kiss with Signet of Rejuvenation. I think. Oh wow, Rizik's taking a bunch of territory back. I think Dwayna's Kiss is generally better than Orison, but I kind of want to go a little bit less conditional on the heals here. But I definitely need something free to use to help offset some of the energy costs. Like, this is not even a high energy bar, it's just a bunch of 5 energy skills, but -1 energy regen's a real thing. Yeah, Kami does not know what's going on with this bar. For what it's worth, I think Elias's bar is doing what it's supposed to do. It's just the thing that it's supposed to do is real sketch. So yeah. I kind of like what's going on with Serenia's bar, though. This degen thing. Frustration would actually also be kind of sweet with there's a ritualist skill that like interrupts, or like, there's like there's some ritualist skills that interrupt enemies if they're doing certain things, and the one that's like the anti-attacking one could be really sweet with frustration. Doesn't look like Goron's energy is great, but doesn't look like it's awful either. This team has a lot of hex pressure. Man, Elias's bar is just absolutely designed to give monks heart attacks. Again, like, I think it is doing precisely what it was made to do very well. Which is get its HP low so it can Grunts balance. I just think that that happens to be terrifying to watch in action. Yeah, you definitely don't want... Yeah, Ogden's energy problems are very real. I think I might switch Dismiss to heal Ailment as well. The thing, so Dismiss Condition is one of those skills that's like a nice middle ground in that it's a 3-second recharge as opposed... So, Mend Condition is 2-second recharge, always heals if it removes a condition, but cannot target yourself. Mend Ailment is a 5-second recharge, but you can heal target yourself with it, but it only heals you if if for each condition that remains after one's been removed. Dismiss Condition removes has a 3-second recharge, so it's kind of in between the two. You can target yourself with it, but it heals if the ally is enchanted, which means that it can be a reliable heal under certain circumstances. But one of the things I think is a huge issue here is I want to try to remove some of the conditionality in his bar, and he does not spread enchantments around. His only enchantment, obviously other than Unyielding Aura, that can only go on him, his only enchantment is Shielding Hands. This is also part of why with Dwayne's Kiss, I decided, let's go with Orson over that. Orson is objectively a weaker spell. But, you put this on somebody who has some actual points in... What? How did I... Oh, I went through the wrong portal. And, like, suddenly you're able to get decent heals out of Orson of Healing, even though it's going to be at 14 instead of 16 or whatever. But I think I'd rather be running Mend Ailment here, because the shorter recharge means that he's not going to be able to spam this as much, which is going to help his energy a lot and allow him to be able to focus more time specifically on spamming Orison and, like, Heaven's Delight and Divine and Signet of Rejuve and stuff. So by doing this, the skills that he has available to him a lot of the time is going to be Orison of Healing, which is not the, like, best heal, but it becomes less terrible when Unyielding Aura is getting involved, right? This is a very powerful healing effect, particularly with Unyielding Aura, if there are condition stacks, and that's the time when you kind of need it. So, I don't know. I've grown a lot more fond of Mend Ailment lately. I found that Mend Condition just does not help as much as Mend Ailment when you have those really deep condition stacks, unless, of course, you're using like an elite that can get rid of multiple at once, or some of the other skills that can get rid of multiples at once, such as like Purge conditions. But this allows you to actually heal people up who are dying from having bleeding, poison, disease, weakness, and blind all on them at the same time. You use this and suddenly, boom, a bunch of HP is regained, right? So that's kind of like why I'm leaning that direction. His bar is a little hard to judge. I don't know how much he's going to use Dark Apostasy if there's not enemies with enchantments around, and Warns aren't using a ton of enchantments. Yeah. Huh. The other thing here is, if I had more attribute points to work with, this might actually be a really good spot to, like, swap out Chilling Victory for the unblockability. Because having unblockability, there's, I'm specifically talking about Guiding Hands here. Your next X attacks cannot be blocked. Being able to make Malicious Strike unblockable, and therefore granting the ability to kind of like punch through Aegis and strip it off would be really useful. But I don't really want to do that because the amount of room that I have for doing stuff is pretty narrow. So I'd rather just kind of leave it as is. But if you're making a bar like this for yourself, having Malicious Strike able to punch through Aegis is really good. The other thing that you'd potentially be able to get from Wind Prayers is like Signet of Pious Restraint or something like that. Basically what I'm saying is you kind of would want you'd kind of want something that could apply conditions around you without you having to touch enemies with your scythe. So that way you can kind of use this to get rid of Aegis, potentially. But okay, let's see how Ogden handles this now. Again, I feel like Goran's alright. He's not the smartest about when to use Vile Miasma, but what you gonna do? I mean, you could not put that skill on his bar, but I kind of like it there, so. I definitely feel like Pyre's bar is working well. I feel like Serenia's bar is working well. And my biggest points of contention are absolutely Ogden's energy and that's what I've been kind of focused on. Yeah, and again, I don't expect Anton to use Dark Apostasy unless we're actually encountering enchantments, so. Yeah. That one change alone is doing so much work for his energy. Like, the fact that he can't cast Dismiss Condition for no healing, like, on infinite loop is actually really helping Ogden's energy. It's subtle things like that, too, that I'm learning through this process. That just make a huge difference. Last rate actually works really well with Barbed Signet. Maybe I should make a last rate bar next. What attribute is this? Beast Mastery? Interesting. Oh. Yep. Elias, I'm going to give you a bit of a heal. Yeah, Ogden's just not a powerhouse healer is all. Okay, I'm kind of satisfied with where these bars are at now. There's a lot of things that could be done to make Ogden a little bit better, but I kind of like him where he's at. In kind of this weird middle state. Actually, no. Words of Comfort, which is what I'm using right here. For Ogden, the base value on that would be 45 health. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want the... It's a little bit off of Orison, but the thing that's notable is this is a 4-second recharge. This is a 2-second recharge, which is pretty important. Okay, I'm going to run some ads while I record these. I don't know, I'm going to go 2 minutes. I have no idea how long this takes, so I'm just going to ballpark things and see how things go. Because this process is anything but fast. Okay. Template code. Yielding aura. Save a build for every elite. Unyielding aura. And now I need to mark off unyielding aura. Energy boon. Energy boon. This is rampage as 1. Every elite. RW rampage as 1. Template code. This is Dark Apostasy. Oh, this is an interesting question. I have some ideas for. Okay. Oh, I need to remember to save this. Build for every elite. Okay. Kamu, this is the past renewal bar. Okay, let's see. You are template code. Aura of the Lich. It's on here somewhere. Okay, there's Aura of the Lich. And then let's see. Strength's balance. So the real question is, yeah, I think that'd be better. Okay. Okay, so now I want to, and ads have been over for a little while, I'm sure. Okay, but that's all of those recorded. Okay, I want to make both foreign out of here. I'm gonna just re-add Elias. Let's just do this. I should make. I want to make Healer's Covenant with Ogden. This is probably going to be another like pure monk bar just because, like, yeah, of course it's going to be. Actually, let's leave the sake of Rejuve here. And Healer's Covenant. Healer's Covenant is while you maintain this, your healing prayer spells heal for less health but cost less energy. So with those, I like to focus on enchantments because it makes enchantments cheaper. Yeah, that's really that's really the story there. And then I run out of enchantments, so that's cool. Restful Breeze is kind of terrible looking. Okay, we'll figure out the rest of his bar later. I want Olias for this really weird ranger bar. I do need blood magic and curses. Probably less blood magic and more curses. Let's see. I want let's see. I also want an MM. I don't know. Olivia's probably the one. Yeah, I'm fine with doing this. This is, I think, the Order of Undeath bar. I want to try to make kind of more of an old school MM build. I'll see what I mean by that in a moment. I don't know what the elite's going to be. Probably healing prayers elite, actually. Okay, so I do want this. I need... See, this is going to be the last rate bar, so I'm not sure. Oh, I don't need a whole lot in this at all, do I? This is awkward because of the rune, but... I want, like, 10 curses. I don't know. We'll put into Beast Mastery kind of last. What is this? This is 11. Let's go 10 blood. And then, like, that, maybe? Yeah, that's a 78 second lacerate. That's plenty. Then this gets to spread bleeding around. Maybe I want to awaken the blood here too. I'm not sure. What I definitely know is this is good. Like, this is ulcerous lungs territory. I'm basically trying to set up a bar that, like, emphasizes bleeding heavily. Obviously, Signal of Suffering is good for that too. Don't think this is really a situation where I'm trying to do anything with a pet, though. Predatory Season is something I could use. Again, part of the problem that I have with Ranger rituals... Okay, so at one point, Ritualists went through this whole big update where they got their cast times, like, quartered. Whereas, like, oh, this was 3 seconds, and now it's 3/4 seconds. That's what I mean by quartered, right? And so, like... that sort of change that happened to rituals. And if you go into PvP, you'll see, like, ritualist binding rituals all have very long activation times. And the reason for that is because that's what they were. And then they're like, this is making ritualist ridiculous to play in PvE where you're constantly moving around and having to, like, spend 12 seconds at the beginning of each battle setting up your spirits is, like, completely unreasonable. But they never did anything for nature rituals. So all the nature rituals are still, like, really bonkers in terms of their activation times and stuff. So it's just one of those... Boy, howdy, they wanted to nerf the crap out of Energizing Wind. It's just one of those things that's really kind of awkward. Because then you have all of these rituals where it's like, this is a 5-second activation time. You do not want to have to do that. If you're like, oh, yeah, I'm using this spirit in PvE. You don't have to be doing that. Because, like, one of the things is PvP, you're not wandering around, right? You're kind of like, this is the spot that I'm in. This is where we're doing a fight. Roughly speaking. So it's like, you can set up your spirits for the arena and you're not dealing with things. But, like, toxicity here would be kind of nice. There's another one, too, but I think... Wilderness Survival? I don't want EOE here. EOE is a really good tool for specific areas. Edge of Extinction here. But it's a double-edged sword, I think, is it? Yeah, I feel like it's wilderness survival. There's another spirit that can be useful for some of this stuff. Obviously, they use brambles, which is non-spirit creatures that are knocked down in its range. Take 5 damage, begin bleeding for 5 seconds. This is really cool if you have a knockdown-based team. But this is not a skill that I'd throw on a random bar. Yeah, Pestilence is what I'm thinking about. Whenever a creature dies, it spreads any conditions it has to things already suffering from condition. This could be a really good part of a fragility build. But we're not doing that here. Oh, you know what? This would be good time for like Foul Feast Plague Sending. Yeah, I like it. Okay, needs to do a little bit more than spread ulcerous lungs and do that. Oh, Rip Enchantment is perfect for what we've got going on here, though. This guy. Perfect. Just like, yeah. I don't know. What now? I mean, that's kind of the bar, so I have a flexible slot here. I guess Oppressive Gaze is good. Because it just spreads more conditions around. That seems reasonable. Well of Blood is an option. Yeah, I mean, Oppressive Gaze just kind of does like the most here, I guess. I'm okay with that. I still need to figure out what Ogden's doing with his last slots. I actually kind of like giving him Glyph of Lesser, except it seems super redundant with this, so maybe not. The other thing that's interesting to me as an idea, is like grabbing something from Ritualist. But, well, I guess I could go like a 10, 11, 10. Split like this. Because obviously things like Spirit Light and whatnot aren't affected. So it'd still be 140 heal, but the problem is he doesn't have any crits around, so it becomes kind of underwhelming, I think is what we'll say. This is a 100-point heal if you have a weapon spell on them. Wielder's Boon's not a bad spell by any means. The problem is, like, Ritual is kind of awkward. Like, Restoration Magic's kind of awkward without any spirits around. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth. I don't think there's enough gain from going in there. Healing Touch could be fine as well, because a lot of its healing is from Divine Favor. Health gain from Divine Favor is double for the spell. I imagine that works the way that I want it to with Healer's Covenant. It might not, but I imagine it does. I also want to run Signet of Removal on an Order's Necro. But we'll look at that later. Purge Signet's good on like a Paragon or something too. Maybe I should do a Paragon with Purge Signet. Or like a Keystone Signet could work. Okay. You know what? Let's just go with Divine Healing here. It's not going to get the cost decrease from this. But it's also not going to get the healing decrease either. So it kind of feels like a nice in-between ground spot. I mean, a lot of this bar is just trying to spam Healing Breeze around as much as possible. So I don't know. This energy is probably going to be really good. This is a weird one. I like it, though. I like it. Now, normally this is 10 blood magic. So this is slightly weaker, and that's slightly less duration, but I mean, a lot of this is focused on let's get lacerate, ulcerous lungs, and spread some bleeding around. So, okay, so if I'm going old school MM here, let's see. Yeah, I want Bone Fiends and Bone Horrors. Let's actually. This is going to be a little bit goofy, but stick to Core and Prophecy skills. Yeah. Blood of the Master, Animate Bone Fiend. Good old heal area. This is the real way to MM right here. I remember running heal area MMs quite regularly. Oh, that's a good question. I think this is going to be the character to use Healing Hands. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling Healing Hands here. I like that. Yeah, Healing Hands, heal area. It's just so, like, old school, and I love it. Good old Watchful Spirit. Of course, if we're going real old school, Verada's Sacrifice would have been the skill you used, not Blood of the Master, but I'm going to make an exception on this part because freaking Verada's Sacrifice got just, like, stomped into the ground. So... Malign Intervention. Nah, I don't feel Malign Intervention, you know? A lot of this is a blood magic. I mean, I could put Dark Aura on, but that's not really that logical. How about Deathly Swarm? And, you know, I feel like Vigorous Spirit is fine here. I don't know, because you use Heal Area to heal yourself and your Bone Fiends. It's great. I don't know, this seems very questionable, but also just like it makes me happy in a certain sort of like old school Prophecies sort of way. Okay, I had a goofy idea with Paragon. No, it was with a spear. It was not Paragon. Oh, what profession was it? Oh, right. It was I was using Order of Apostasy. I want to look up Order of Apostasy. Remove one enchantment when they deal physical damage. Well, that was absolutely unenlightening. Hey, good to see you, YTKAY Hype. It's going pretty well. I need to go test another skill interaction. So I'm going to go hop to a different character because I need to test a skill interaction. Let's see, there's a Master of Enchantments around somewhere. I need... Okay. I see Soulbreaker. That'll work. Versus Order of Apostasy. Duration does not depend upon... Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, duration. Okay, it's just how much percentage of health you lose. I just want to check to see if by physical damage... So this is one of those things that can be really, really confusing. By physical damage, does it mean that the damage being dealt is piercing, slashing, or blunt? Or does it mean that the damage that is dealt is... There's a Master of Enchantments around here somewhere. Does it mean that the damage is being dealt by a non-caster weapon? It's a very subtle but important distinction, and I need to figure out which it is. Oh, Master of Healing. I don't think you're who I'm looking for. There is a Master of Enchantments out here somewhere. I just don't know offhand where. I'm usually not looking for them, and it doesn't have them labeled. Cool, thanks. It's the Master of Hexes. The Master of Resurrection. Strong title there. There's the Master of Enchantment. Boy, you are real out here, my friend. Do you use enchantment? Do you remove enchantments? What's your... Okay. So this is telling me all that I need to know. Hang on. I need to finish testing this. If I do that, I'm gonna... Yeah, okay. Ow. Also, that hurts like crazy when you have no investment in curses. Okay, so that's really important to know. The slash bonus spear is fiery damage, so putting Order of Apostasy on somebody with that spear, they're not going to be able to use their own attacks to remove enchantments, which is what I was testing there, what I was trying to figure out. So, good to know. That's the end of that thought. It's good to know. All right, so let's open these guys back up. Let's see. I got her bar set up. Yeah, she's using my healing hands. Just doing an old school sort of bar. Back in the days before death magic capped the number of minions you could summon or raise or whatever. I have an ancient screenshot with me surrounded by like 20 to 30 minions that were all under my control, just me solely. Those were long ago days now, though. Okay, you know what? Let's just do a Flashing Blades bar. Let's get you some daggers again. Flashing Blades is one of those skills that, like, yep, you just kind of need. I don't really know what I'm going to do with this Sanctuary right now. You just kind of need Dagger Mastery a lot in order to make it work, because that's how it does things. Flashing Blades is a stance that requires you to be wielding daggers, I think? No, it doesn't actually. It requires Dagger Mastery, so it's... Like, you could technically, I guess, wield Flashing Blades with a bow and block incoming attacks while attacking. But then you run the question of why are you... Big stretch time. Why are you wielding a bow with a bunch of Dagger Mastery? A bit awkward, you know? You could, though. You could. Fox's Promise makes your dagger attacks unblockable. And And you might be thinking, the next time you fail to hit, well, what if you are blinded? Then you missed, you know? Okay, so let's see. Flashing Blades is neat. What do I actually want to do? I kind of want to do something with your secondary. I should give you some critical strikes, because that's important to the life of a... I feel like Desperate Strike could be a really interesting lead if you have more maximum health. But... okay, I'm getting ideas. Do I want to do it with this one? You know what? Why not? Why not, I say? Why not Demonic Flesh, Touch of Agony, Wallow's Bite, Desperate Strike. What would be a good offhand here? We'll go with Golden Fang Strike. And I'm okay with this combo being a little bit slower as well. About Ninetail Strike. Let's get our nice unblockability in here. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like maybe bad synergy now that I think about it. This wants you to be attacking, and these are not attacking. Okay, I like the base idea here. I think I might... If I do this, though, I don't think I want my elite to be Flashing Blades. I think I want it to be, like, Shattering Assault or something. Probably not Shattering Assaults. Probably not. Maybe more like something else, but... Because this is not a terrible idea. It's just the problem with, in the idea of getting your health low and stuff. It's just this wants you to be attacking, and these are not attacking. So maybe instead of those, Signet of Agony. Maybe one of those? I don't hate one of those. The idea here is Necromancer skills get your HP lower, so that way you trigger Desperate Strikes plus 51 damage more easily and readily. Let's give you Wallow's Bite too. Just that. See how this... I don't know. See how this plays. It's a little awkward with Flashing Blades, but the idea is Flashing Blades also protects you and decreases your likelihood of dying from this life sacrifice that's making your Desperate Strike hit hard. I don't know. It's an idea. I like trying weird ideas. Okay. Now then. Do I want to do... I was talking about doing Purge Signet on Paragon, so let's just follow through with that. What should the elite be? I don't know. But I feel like this wants to be very adrenaline focused. So let's go with like Crippling Anthem? Maybe? Crippling Anthem is one of those where I kind of want to pair it with Communing, though. Let's go with Anthem of Guidance. And go for the eyes. And Anthem of Envy. Anthem of Fury would actually be kind of amusing in an ironic sort of way. But I want to do this here. Yeah, you know what? Actually, let's go with Anthem of Fury. And then just some good old spear attacks. Good old Purge Signet. Good old Purge Signet. Yeah, one more spear attack. How about Merciless Spear? The reliable way of getting deep wound. It's one of those things where it's like awkward to like. There's just certain skills that just do a standard thing, and that's all you kind of want to focus on. Or at least that's how my experience is. So it's awkward to. Actually, maybe I want Barbed Spear here over Holy Spear, because being able to trigger the anthems more efficiently is probably a good idea. I know. We'll go with that as an idea. Okay. So there's our Purge Signet wielding Paragon, who will have completely drained their energy. But that's fine. Oh, you know what would have been an amazing Elementalist skill? One that, like, is like backwards aneurysm. Like, you regain all of your energy and, like, enemies around you. Like, if it was a PB AoE skill that was like, you regain all of your energy, foes around you take damage equal to the energy you gained or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. Or even if it was just like target foe takes damage equal to the energy you regained. That could be a really cool energy storage. Like, elite. Probably too good, but very interesting. I mean, it's kind of like Second Wind, really. I like Second Wind on a monk, for that matter. Ooh, or... Okay, let's go... Actually do a Second Wind... Yeah, Second Wind here. You gain 1 energy and 5 health. Actually, the AI is not smart about how this works. That might be a little awkward. I think we can make it work. Water magic. I kind of want Swirling Aura the most if I'm going to be using one of those. I do want something that makes Overcast happen, though. Excuse me. Hiccups come for us all. You know what? Nope. We're just going to do this. I can't deny the fact that Breath of Fire is 10 Overcast for 5 energy. So that just seems superior. Ooh, and then I can use Phoenix, which is a healing skill. That's thinking. Wheeler's Boon. Weapon of Warding is pretty sweet. Yeah, Weapon of Warding. Another spell that's actually really cool is Weapon of Shadow. Very strong defensive option. I'm going to put that on here as well. Now, one of the things that's really awkward about Ritualist is... I mean, I don't want to carry Ashes here because I need maximum energy. That's what makes this bar work. Mighty Wiz Verizon might be good, but... One of the things that's really awkward is, like, Ghost Mirror Light, for example, is one of your healing spells. Like, so many of your healing spells only work if there's spirits around. So, yeah, it's just awkward. It's just awkward. No two ways about it. Man, I so want to rework Ritualist. Ritualists have too many mechanics. They have item spells, they have spirits, and they have weapon spells. That's 3 different mechanics that are unique to Ritualist. and that many like unique mechanics means that they have too many A/B type skills where it's like, oh, this skill wants this type of skill, right? So it's like, how many of the skills are like, oh, you need spirits around to make this work properly, or you need a weapon spell, or you need an item spell. It's like most of the focus is on spirits, so it's like some of the other stuff. This is second wind. You gain 1 energy and 5 health for each point of energy restricted by overcast. You lose all enchantments. So this is why I'm bringing Breath of Fire. But it's just one of those things where it's just really awkward for ritualists because it's like, oh yeah, here's a decent healing spell and a mediocre healing spell that wants you to have weapon spells going on. It's like, okay, I guess I'll use Mending Grip here, but yeah. It's just I really want the design to be better. And it's like, but I can also just Wielder's Remedy. Wielder's Remedy just feels like it's better than Mending Grip, kinda. I don't know. Ritualist is just, it's trying to do too many things, and there's just not enough space for it to do all of the things it's trying to do, and it just ends up being really awkward as a result, and I'm saddened by that. There's where we end. I'm saddened by that. Stretching feels good. Man, Anguish Lingua is one of those things I look at, I'm like, this used to make a pain spirit, but it's just not any good. And a bunch of these require me to have spirits to be any use. I could put on Ghost Mirror Light just in the case that there's spirits on the team. It's like, if I don't give her an item spell, Soothing Memories is not worth using. I don't want to use Spirit Light or Mend Body and Soul without spirits around. In this bar, I don't want to put spirits on. So it's like, the options that I have if I'm not bringing spirits and I'm trying to use anything is really minimal. And then it's like, well, you can also build around some of these. I want to rework every profession of the game. The end. That is my story. I could rant at length about how I want to rework every single profession. I'm mostly happy with healing prayers and protection prayers. There's a few monk skills I'd move around. Notably, healing light is so much more exciting in divine favor than it is in healing prayers. I'd absolutely move it there. I kind of don't want other weapon spells. I'm kind of okay with... Okay, let's just put on Ghost Mirror Light. I don't like Ghost Mirror Light very much, but it's like, this is an option that works, and the benefit is just nice, not critical. So, I don't know. Again, Mend Body and Soul is... you know what? Mend Body and Soul is just a stronger heal. We'll roll with it. I don't want to bring Spirit Light without spirits around, so Ghost Mirror Light is just very weak. Just very, very weak. Okay. Possible to make something to make somewhat working melee range damage rate. Really want one. Oh, I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I want to fill that last skill in with if I'm not guaranteed to bring spirits with me because that character doesn't have one. That's all. Okay, who do I want for this last thing? I could do another elementalist bar. I like Ride the Lightning on like an assassin or a dervish. Do something silly with an elementalist, sure. You know what? I'm here for this. I'm going to go... How about Sandstorm? What other stuff would I want to do with this? Good question. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be silly. Okay, I want like 10 spear mastery and then earth magic. Yeah, okay. So we're going to go with sandstorm as our elite, but I also want stone daggers. Oh, look, I need overcast. What will I choose? Will it be earthquake, dragon stomp, or obsidian? Oh, it's going to be obsidian flame. This is the problem that I have. Okay. I'm going to try to avoid ranting too hard about this, but it is something that really annoys me, is like your options are just so freaking limited if you want certain effects. I don't know how I'm arranging this bar. Whatever. It's chaotic. Where is my earth attunement? There it is. Hey, guess what this does? It inflicts bleeding. Guess what? I have maiming strike. Woo! And disrupting throw. Sure, that seems spicy. Yeah. I feel like I could go merciless spear. Oh, this is actually kind of an interesting choice. Yeah, let's go ward of weakness. Yeah, I'm going to go with ward of weakness. This is an elemental damage spear, so anything that she spears attacks will get weakened, which seems really cool. Okay, this is some sort of weird nonsense. I like it. I like weird nonsense. I'd probably spawn her the tactic shield to give to her, or the wolf's favor, but I'm lazy and don't feel like clearing up inventory, so we're not going to do that. Okay, that was me making 7 bars in an hour. Let's go try them out. See how incompetent they are or are not. Could be the other way around. They could be quite functional. I'm not holding my breath, but they could be functional. Okay, initial tests. Going out here and just making sure they don't fall immediately flat on their faces. Last right's going to be a little awkward here just because it's going to be redundant with a lot of what the enemies already do. I mean, even without last right, he does a lot of pain. Well, I mean, they're down pretty quickly. Yeah. Love the good old traditional heal area. Zandra, your energy seems to have problems. Have you considered using your elite skill? Okay, I'm paying attention to Anton. I'm looking for him to use... Okay, he used Wallow's Bite. Is he using the other one? Does he ever use Signet of Agony? He does. Okay. He is not very good, I'm noticing, at getting low on health for Desperate Strike, but that might be more testament to the healing power of my monks than anything in specific. Okay, let's go. This didn't fall completely flat on its face. Let's go outside the other direction. Let's Pong my valley. I want to go up to Arborstone. I feel like I'm going to be doing like 2 months worth of build making streams. Maybe I will break stuff up and do one of my week, or like, because I stream Guild Wars twice a week. Maybe I'll do one of the streams build making and the other like just random stuff I want to do. And get done on characters until I'm actually like done with making all the builds, because I know people have to some extent been enjoying the build craft. And if you have any questions about what skills are going on where, feel free to ask them. But anyway, the probably don't want to do just buildcraft streams for like that long. I'll probably post in my Discord afterwards what my progress is. I do like that Wallow's Bite gives Anton something to do when his dagger skills are recharging, so that's kind of nice. Another lunar token. If anybody wants a link to my Discord, here you go. I feel like Eliza's bar is one of those bars that has a lot more damage and pressure to it than you think, because he's able to make bleeding do +6 health degen to make it friggin' 9 damage, or like a 9 degen, which is like 18 damage per second, which adds up very fast. Yeah. I don't know. General Morgan seems to be just fine as well. I don't know how often he's been using Purge Signet. I've not been looking, but... actually paid a little bit of attention to Serenia here. Does she use any of her... oh, she's just disrupting throat somebody. Oh, yep. There went Maiming Spear. So yeah, she is using them. That's cool. I actually kind of like her bar because it's doing something really weird and inventive, and I'm enjoying that. Okay, I feel like these bars are working reasonably well. Again, I suspect Zandra is not using her elite often enough. Like, right now would be a really good time to use it. I just had to tell her to. But... I just love looking at Livia's bar. It's so old school. Makes me happy. Yeah, I don't know. Ogden seems to be doing okay as well. I want to go through that again, just so that way I can pay a little bit more attention to how Ogden's looking, but he seems to be doing fine. I mean, his main healing is Healing Breeze, but it's a 7 energy Healing Breeze, which does a lot to make that a lot more usable. I don't know, this team seems to be doing alright. I don't know how things are going to be when they remix to a different composition, but... also, this team just happens to have kind of accidentally wandered into just being like a bleeding synergy team, which might be artificially modifying how good things look. But when you consider like, oh, he's putting 25 seconds of bleeding on himself, that this guy wants to Foul Feast and then Plague Sending. And all of that. What I'm actually kind of looking for is, does Ogden actually use Healing Touch at any point? Like, he's definitely, like, Healing Breeze and Signet of Rejuve are his main heals. I'm getting ganged up on. How do they handle this? I'm fine. Okay, the main thing that I'm seeing as an issue here, it's not the biggest one, but Zandra really does not like Second Wind. I feel like that's not the worst, because that's not terrible to like glance at energy and be like, oh, that's low, and just tell her to Second Wind, but she's not very good at recognizing she should use it. But overall, I'm fairly content with this assortment, so I'm going to go ahead and run another ad break while I get these builds entered into my system. Hooray. There we go. Okay, let's do some entering. Let's get the template code. That is not where I want to put. All right. Healers, Covenant. Oh, don't need 2 bars there. Oh, you know what? I might just load this onto myself and see how it feels. Lacerate. Already have. And there's Covenant I marked because I did just filled that in. I haven't made this twice, have I? Very possible I have. I should actually check that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did do Healer's Covenant already. I think the other one's probably better. Oops. This is what I get for not looking. Manage templates. Yeah, I already made a Healer's Covenant bar. Huh. I'm actually going to delete that one. Because I like the other one better. I'm going to save this one, but I'm just going to save it here. Do I usually put a dash here? No. So the Healer's Covenant bar that I already made is right here. And it uses Blessed Aura to improve the duration of monk enchantments. I think this one's just doing the same idea, but better. In terms of like going all in on it. This one's probably a little bit more functional because it actually has some healing. But yeah, whatever. Lacerate, Healing Hands. so long to mark everything off, but it's important. Maybe even helpful if I freaking pay attention so I know what I've already done. Okay, this is flashing blades. Okay, and then save and build for every elite. Okay, Paragon. Template code. This is Anthem of Fury. And then this is Second Wind. Template code. And then Sandstorm. Good old Sandstorm. Okay. So aside from the part where I accidentally did Healer's Covenant twice because I wasn't paying attention, like a doofus. Cool. Okay, well, I guess we'll just ignore that ever happens. Make healing burst bar. Let's see. Let's just kind of glance through Enchanter's Conundrum, Panic, Simple Thievery, Visions, Regrets. There was something that I was wanting to do with Necro. A lot of these are just utility. Bounce Sand Flash, Virulence, Icy Veins. Where's Mark Whale of Doom? Oh yeah, let's do this weird. Okay, let's leave and add Ogden back in. Grab General Morgan. I remember talking about a really silly idea. Yesterday. Every turn is nice to have there. Using Spear Swipe and the Inspiration Magic skill. Extend. Party synergy is decidedly not the #1 priority here. There, extend conditions. So party synergy is great, but if you're just randomly, hang on, you can see where I was looking up that template code. If I am doing a template draft, I am just getting like whatever. So synergy is fantastic when you're building specific builds that are like meant to work together. These are all just supposed to be kind of more standalone builds to some extent. So what that fundamentally means is, like, if I'm starting a draft round, and I'm like, okay, these are the 3 builds I have to choose between. A couple of these are terrible, but you can see it. Like, here's Incendiary Arrows Every Elite from what I was doing yesterday, right? It's like, okay, I can pick this build. I can pick this Brutal Bombardier build, which is a PvP pre-build from back in the day. Or I can pick Warrior's Bane, right? So, like, let's say I pick this one. Like, here's another random assortment. Do I want this Fragile Fire build, which is Dual-Attune with Fragility and Fire? Well, Fragility works pretty well with this, with Incendiary Arrows, especially since this is going to be about a 2-second duration. Yeah, basically. So, sure, let's pick this one. And then, like, here's a Critical Disruption bar, which is a pretty nice one. So it's like, yeah, you can try to pull some stuff together, but, like, this one might be decent. Just to get a little, like, the disease into the fragility. Sure. So, like, you can try to build around stuff a little bit, but this one's the obvious choice. Yeah, so you can kind of see the process. So it's like, this is a system that I'm wanting to throw these builds into. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to have a whole lot of opportunity for them to kind of synergize. Like, I might be able to run into them synergizing, but, like, yeah. So, but my point is, like, if they are synergizing, it is because I have gotten lucky, not so, like, yeah. There's gonna, like, I mean, this is a game that inherently has synergies everywhere, so it's not like there's not gonna be any synergies or anything. But it's not the intentional. It's not an intentional thing, right? It's an incidental thing. During insecurity. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of putting Shadowstorm on a warrior, so let's make a Shadowstorm warrior. What weapon do I want him to use? That's a good question. Checking. Okay, extended conditions definitely has not been used yet. Let's see. Cost is wielding an axe. I don't think I want to wield an axe by default unless. That's intentional. Let's go with a sword. I think Gorn is currently wielding a sword. So yeah, let's go slash Mez and Shadowstorm. We'll figure out the rest of this later. Man, Word of Censure is just so meh. You know what? Let's make a Mind Freeze Ellie. I feel like it. Mind Freeze. Then I was having this idea of. Okay. If I wanted to do a Necromancer that was dealing cold damage for Spinal Shiver triggers with Frustration. The problem here that I'm running into. Yeah, there absolutely is a huge difference. I I want to make a lot of like I'll probably do a lot of stuff in normal mode that's more interesting because the bars are that I'm using are bad. This deals fire damage, which is unfortunate. Like that one specifically. I have like icy Soulbreaker that I can use, but I don't necessarily. Oh, wait, no, that's completely illusionary weaponry. Completely defeats the purpose. Just completely defeats it. Okay, well, let's look at what other elites I might want to use. Because I like the idea of using Frustration with Spinal Shivers and then cold damage in order to be able to trigger it. But that's not really a thing that you can kind of easily set up, unfortunately. Although, let's look at Spinal Shivers. Or Shivers of Dread. It doesn't really matter. While using a skill, that foe is interrupted, and you lose 6 energy or it ends. Yeah, there's not really a lot of good ways to kind of make use of that, is there? Not really, no. Is Jorah currently... Get out of here, Elias. I'm not doing something with you right now. Jorah currently wielding... Oh, she's using her standard longsword. Okay. Yeah, I have a hammer on Pyre. Oh, bows do physical damage as well. Okay, let's do something with a bow then. Is Pyre currently using that hammer? I think so. Yeah, he is. I can grab Margaret. I don't know what elite I'm going to run on her. I should probably figure that out. But I like the idea of going into curses. Let's drop Wilderness Survival here. And running Well of Ruin. Because then I can do Well of Ruin. And then Body Shot works well here. This is pretty cool. There's a lot of different options for elites at this point. Barrage, Well of Ruin. That's what we're doing. Unless I already have a barrage bar. Let's check. No, I don't. So barrage it is. Oh, interesting. Tanglewood Copse just changed sides to Luxon. Okay, so we're going to do Barrage, Well of Ruin. Because Well of Ruin allows her to be able to spread cracked armor. So whenever a foe in the well takes physical damage. That seems really sweet. Kind of trying to speedrun this game. Yeah. I used before for that purpose. Theory crafting is a lot of fun. I really enjoy it as well. Let's see. I have a lot of room for Mesmer bars. Well, again, let's look at elites that I might want to use, and then I can figure out. You know, I want to do something with Fox's Promise, so let's just grab Anton back here. I know I keep doing stuff with Anton, but it's like every profession like has needs or has skills to use, so. Okay, you know what? Let's make a Wielder Zeal bar with Zandra. I've done Wielder Zeal before. I'm just going to randomly change the Sanguidar here. Wielder Zeal gives you energy whenever you cast a weapon spell on an ally. The build that I've done with it before is used Zealot's Fire plus it's in communing. Ghostly Weapon to make the ally's next attack unblockable. Just because this has a very quick turnaround, but Obviously, there are some downsides to that as well. Um, you know what? That direction is fine, so let's actually do Ghostly Weapon, Vengeful Weapon, Wielder's Zeal, Weapon of Remedy, and then uh, Smiting Prayers here. I can put 1 point in Communing. I don't really need this to last very long because it's just the next target other ally's next attack cannot be blocked is like fine. This is probably not my most original configuration, but like I don't think I care. um that helps a lot with energy, so that obviously costs some energy, but drop in Balthazar's Aura. Um and actually I like Smite Hex here. This helps with conditions, right? Because this makes the weapon spells strip conditions away. The restoration magic doesn't matter a whole lot, but I'd like to get some use out of this, so I probably should take a point from that and put it in spawning power. Does that do anything? That's for regardless. So I think smiting prayers makes more sense. Just get a little bit more damage out of these. Something like this. I kind of like that for whatever this nonsense is. Okay, so Ogden, I'm doing some sort of healing burst. Oh yeah, I keep talking about doing signal removal orders. Could work with water magic as well, actually. And swirling aura, but I don't know. Orders are a little bit awkward if you're. I should double check to make sure they work the way I think I do. I think that they do, but okay. I'm gonna worry about what this bar does in a later. Let's do. Oh yeah, this is great silliness. Spear swiping, and then extend conditioning. That is pretty cool. Let's actually put a little bit more in leadership. I think just to get longer duration on spear swipe, maybe. I feel like you want good conditions on this. So something like Merciless Spear and stuff seems logical. Yeah, you don't really need anything else from Inspiration Magic. This could just as easily be Epidemic, but this has a much bigger AoE that it hits, so. Okay, so wait, if I knock a couple points off of that, leaving this at 9, which is like fine. What I'm thinking here is if I go into command with reasonable points, I can use Anthem of Weariness to cause weakness. I do need some amount of energy gain, so I just use Go for the Eyes at this point just to help with energy. I feel like the answer is yes. Or I could go Anthem of Flame to get some additional burning. This Blazing Spear is confusing to me because this should actually be read as a bit lower than it is. Yeah, I think I just go for the eyes for energy. This does let you get some conditions around, so I like it. It's very much so being built around the extend conditions. As much as I reasonably kind of like can balance my attributes. Maybe I go 11 leadership because that doesn't actually change that duration, so I can get another point in inspiration. Get that up to 62. Oh, but that's just less clean. I like it when my attributes come out a little bit cleaner. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's literally not doing anything, though. So getting slightly higher percentage on that seems better, even if the attributes are coming out less cleanly. Okay, Gorin. What was I wanting to do? Shatterstorm, Sword? Yeah, that seems fine. Tactics, Strength. Where's Knee Cutter? We're gonna do Hamstring Shatterstorm. That's not what people usually mean by Hamstorm, but we're gonna do a different Hamstorm today. Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, I have to put Epidemic on him. It's a bit redundant with what we have going on with the other character, but I do not care. What am I actually doing with tactics here? We're going to do Soldier Speed with Fear Me. Yeah. Yep, that's what we're doing. Oh, wait. Oh, that would be really funny. Okay, I don't know how the energy works for that, though. What does these do? Deep Wound, Weakness, Bleeding, Crippled. I might have to remember. We'll probably do a swordsmanship bar then when I do steady stance. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Because I want to be careful not to spread things like too wide, if that makes sense. I like Riposte and Deadly Riposte, but I think they're a little awkward. Illusionary Weaponry is going to totally be MEW. Okay, enough of that random thought process. This is not going to be good because I'm going to be... Theoretically, he's going to be in Soldier Stance a lot. I could put on Sever Artery. I definitely want this to be adrenaline-based, whatever I put here. How about just Standing Slash? That does good damage. That's fine. Strength helps with armor penetration. Alternatively, I could put on Body Blow, but he's not actually dealing cracked armor himself, so I don't necessarily want to try to do that. Yeah, what do I want to do with this? This disables all of your smiting prayers for 20 seconds, because I hate smiting prayers. What if I want to do something weird and unusual? What if I want to use some blood magic? Let's do some blood magic. Okay, let's find Well of Blood, Blood Bond. That'd pair really nice with Offering of Blood too. Offering of Blood is such a like. In my mind, this is such a like commonly used by monks type skill. And you know what? Let's give you Blood Renewal too. Little bit of self healing here. Thinking of Rejuvenation is nice. I'm feeling some Words of Comfort here. Um, maybe a divine healing. And, I don't know. I do like Dwayna's Kiss, but maybe I use it too much. Maybe we can just put Patient Spirit on this one. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's just do Patient Spirit on this one. I don't know. This is some sort of monk bar. I like it. It's weird and quirky. It would have been cool if there was like a monk spell that's like enchant ally. Whenever that ally sacrifices health, they heal other adjacent allies for health equal to the amount lost, or something like that. Wouldn't that be really cool? Wouldn't that be a really cool synergy spell? Ugh, why am I not making skills for this game? Take that as you will. Okay, Mind Freeze is a good source of overcast. I like to often... Yeah, it would... Hey, Hawk. Good to see ya. Thanks for dropping by. It would be interesting. It would work really well also with, like, a... If you have minions, like melee minions, with a, Reaper's Sweep. Or not Reaper Sweep, but like a Soul Taker or whatever. Yeah, they are fun. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that's it, exactly. That when you sacrifice health, you're risking your life. Yeah, so it's like this skill wouldn't heal you, it'd heal allies around you. So it's like, oh, I'm sacrificing a bunch of my health, but it's healing everybody around me, so that's cool, I guess. I probably want Water Attunement because friggin' Elementalists are the thing that they are. It's like, as soon as I'm doing Overcast, I want to take advantage of Overcast. I should really take out this Earth Magic and put in Water Magic, shouldn't I? Yeah, it is. Yeah, you could do it as a shout. The advantage of making an enchantment in, like, Monk or something is that it would be removable, which maybe is better to have as your design. I'm not sure. I don't use Glowing Ice much. Let's just put in all the things that want you to be Overcast, right? Get rid of the Spear Mastery. If this enchantment is remove target eyes. So what? Vengeance? Sure. But I feel like I'd want to put it in... I feel like you could put it in Ritualist. Ritualist has a little bit of life sacrifice as well. You could potentially make it make sense there. So. You know what? Would that be better? No, we're going to do it here. We're going to do it here. I'm okay with taking a hit to this to make this a little bit better. Where is Mystic Healing? I feel like I'm right by it. There it is. Mystic Healing, Swirling Aura. In pre, if you go out as a monk with an echo, the two NPCs will be kind of hostile towards each other and talk. Yeah, it's one of those things that I feel like was a stronger theme. Okay, let me put it this way: in Magic the Gathering, you had a lot of stuff with like a White Knight and Black Knight, really like a lot of white black antagonism in the colors in Magic the Gathering. I feel like it's very similar to how monk and necromancer are treated in Guild Wars, where like that's really emphasized early on, but the further on you go, it just kind of like becomes background noise, which is like not as big of a focus, if that makes sense. So like you look at, yeah, I know it was inspired by it quite a bit. Like if you look at, hang on, for 30 seconds, the next two self-targeting enchantments cast instantly. Okay, you know what? We're doing Signet of Mystic Speed, because why the crap not? I'm curious to know if this works with Swirling Aura. But like, that's exactly it, though. Like, if you look at Scourge Sacrifice, that's clearly designed to put the pressure on Necromancers, and Convert Hexes clearly calls out Necromancer Hexes. And like, there's some Necromancer skills that interact with Monk stuff, particularly some negatively. Holy Damage, of course, and Tormentors is another sort of example of that idea kind of coming through. It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's kind of a complicated thing to kind of like untangle, because like on the one hand, necromancers are treated as like an ordinary part of the world, but on the other hand, they're also kind of like have a little bit of a negative reputation as well. I kind of feel. Oh, I need to run some tests. Does Ice Spear count as a self-targeting enchantment? I have no idea. I'm actually okay with it just being for Swirling Aura and Water Attunement, though. But like, it could work well with Armor of Mist, for example. So yeah. Anyway, I do feel like Rend, some of the enchantment removal stuff that Necromancer has in Curses, Rend Enchantment and Order of Apostasy, I think it is, do not like removing or punish you for removing monk enchantments, which is interesting. But like overall, I feel like that's something that like the sort of loudness of that sort of antagonism between necromancers and monks goes down the further through the games you get. That's kind of my feeling on the matter. Anyway, yeah, I like this Well of Ruin barrage idea. Spicy. Okay. So I can just throw in some like interrupts, and that does cracked armor. I could put on enfeebling blood. I don't really feel like it. You know what though I do feel like is, yeah, see like right here, for each monk enchantment removed you lose 35 health. I like Rip Enchantment here. Good old Distracting Shot. Target loses one enchantment for every remaining enchantment. They're poisoned for 8 seconds. Because then, like, Desecrate Enchantments also feels like it's an anti-monk skill, if not explicitly, kind of its implication, but easier way. Maybe just good old Antidote Signet is fine here. I kind of like this bar. Bar is kind of like a weirdly like simple, but also feels functional to me sort of thing. Yeah, I want to do something with Fox's Promise. But what does one do with Fox's Promise? Okay, I have an idea. This is maybe a little goofy. Dervish. I really want to see how well the AI executes on this nonsense. Rending Aura. Maybe I need to do this with a different elite. Maybe. The wiki indicates that the AI is not great about using Rending Aura, but I kind of wanted Rending Aura into knockdown shenanigans. The problem is the reliable knockdown requires me to inflict crippled. Which, I mean, potentially Harrier's Grasp can do. Sort of thing. I could also go with Mark of Instability. I just like the idea of using this with Assassin knockdown stuff to get a bunch of removal of things. Yeah, okay, so how can I appropriately make this work? I would want to do... I could do like this falling spider. But I need a lead in? Like the obvious is doing something like Black Mantis Thrust, which inflicts crippled. Oh, you know what? There's also just Leaping Mantis Sting. Yeah, let's do like Leaping Mantis Sting, Trampling Ox. Okay. The problem with this setup is you almost kind of want something to help you catch up to enemies, which this doesn't currently have. This is more reliable if they're not moving as well. Ugh. It's like the Fox's Promise is not a great skill to try to do this with. Okay, so let's not try to do whatever this nonsense is with Fox's Promise. I just don't think it's a really cool like idea that I really want to build in one of these, but I think it should be something that's like Mobius Strike maybe, or Golden Skull Strike, or even like Seeping Wounds, or something like that. I don't know. It needs to be a different skill for the thing I'm trying to make. If you're good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. So if I'm doing Fox's Promise, which makes my dagger attacks unable to be blocked, I assume that means any attack with daggers? I assume? Let's see. I mean, I could also go... Scythe Mastery has a couple of melee attacks, so I could do, like, Victorious Sweep. I'm curious. I want to find out. You know what? Let's put Reap Impurities on here as well. This is also just a melee attack, but I don't have a way of making that one work, so... I don't know why some of these are just melee attacks instead of... Like, Pious Assault is also just that. It's very, very random and weird. I mean, Assassins also have better ways of dealing with enchantments anyway. There's, like, Assault enchantments and Shattering Assault, but just the idea of slapping the rending thing on you and doing it. Although, that might be better to do as a dervish with Zealous thing. Because you're already in Wind Prayers for that. I might have to think about that when I make another dervish bar. Not this. This is Goran. He looks a little like Hamu in his portrait. Is Anton the last one to set up here for this? Yeah, I think so. Cool. I'm making some weird bars, everyone. Okay, so I'm curious to see. Yeah, those should work fine with Fox's Promise. I feel like this wants to be... Okay, we're going to do this. Jagged. I actually really want critical strikes here. And maybe a slightly longer. This is another good spot, actually, use Golden Fang Strike. Yeah, because then you can go Jagged into Exhausting Assault. I don't know. This is weird, and I'm going to try it. Okay. I think that has everybody set up. Yeah. With our Barrage Well of Ruin. This is one of those skills that's really good if you have a lot of melee or minions or things. Blood Magic like helps minions quite a bit, actually. All right, time for the testing phase. Just to make sure, like, again, I'm not necessarily looking for the bars being, like, super, like, amazing. I'm just looking for the AI using them competently. I don't know how much Goron's going to Epidemic, but he can certainly Shatterstorm. He's definitely being helped by the fact that General Morgan got some stuff going on there. Oh, I love it. Jagged Strike, Reap Impurities combo. Who saw that one coming? I don't know if he will ever use Exhausting Assault. Part of the issue is enemies are legitimately just dying too quickly for him to be able to. Okay. Serenia's energy seems to be fine. I also want to take a look on her. She's probably going to use Swirling Aura. Yeah, I think Swirling Aura got an instant cast off of Signet of Mystic Speed there. I think. That's something actually I kind of want to hop onto another character and quickly test out for myself. I might do that in a moment here. Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to drop this guy off in Tanglewood Copse and just make sure that that works the way that I think it does. You probably have Swirling Aura? If not, I'm happy to buy it on you. Elementalist. Let's drop these Wind Prayers. Let's put on Water Magic. Add a couple random dudes to my team. Okay. Doesn't look like you do. Let's go get Swirling Aura. I think that's in Prophecies. I want to test this, though, so I can make sure I understand what skill interactions are, because I don't know about you, but I've not legitimately thought about whether or not that's how that works. Why are you having a spear bar when you don't have... I don't know why she has this bar. Let's give you... Plague Signet. Yeah. I mean, you're specialized in tactics, so I should obviously ignore that completely. I'm just going to go grab it from Emberlight Camp, because Emberlight Camp is small. This is where everybody went to buy skills before they enabled skill trainers to have skills unlocked on your account from that's available in their campaign. Generally speaking, I mean, there's some exceptions, but Dak used to have I don't know, just give me 5 plat, whatever. Used to be the only skill trainer here that offered all prophecy skills available for purchase. So people came to him for that. Buying a few skills, why not? While I'm here. There we go. Okay, Isle of Nameless. I'm gonna actually grab... Why is there not a glyph that, like, powers up your spells but makes them have overcast? Oh, there's so many obvious things that they could have done that they didn't do, and it makes me frustrated and angry and sad. Fills me with emotions. Hashtag emotions. Okay, that's fine. I need the next one. Okay, that'll work. Give me some overcast. All I want to know is if I have overcast. And I have that on. Yep. Swirling aura casts instantly, even though it's affecting your allies, off of Signet of Mystic Speed if you have when you have overcast. That's really cool. Okay. I thought that was working the way that I thought it was working, but I wanted to, like, check. And that's really cool to see that it, in fact, does work the way that I think it works. So, that's kind of cool. Actually, before I go wandering off, I kind of want to test that for grab some points of Earth Magic. Okay, that'll work. Do I have magnetic? No. I want to test it for oh no, I needed that one. I needed that skill specifically. So this one I expect to work the same way. The other one that targets enemies, that's what I want to test. I want to test some of these skills that target enemies. This will probably work the same way, but let's see where. I think magnetic is Canthan. Let's go hop to Cantha. I don't know, another 5 plat. Why not? Carnang Center. This guy's skill points are actually getting kind of low, but it might be like 30. Yeah. Ichiko. Like I said, I'm expecting these to work a certain way. I'd be very surprised if they don't work the way that I expect them to. Okay, I'm going to go with might be Eye of the North skill. As you saw, I had all of the elemental skills from factions, so couldn't be from there. I mean, if it's not this, then obviously I've struck out and it's nightfall, but...
May the gods protect
you. It's right here. Magnetic Surge. Grab Shell Shock. Glyph of Immolation. Energy Blasts. Glowing Signet. Cool. Let's grab... So again, what I'm expecting is that Signet of Mystic Speed will affect Magnetic Aura, but not Magnetic Surge or Ice Spear. But I want to test it because I'm really curious to find out. And who knows? Maybe it does really cool things. I mean, I'm sure that this is documented on the wiki, or I wouldn't be surprised if it was. But I still like having the info, so... Okay. Yep, that makes that cast instantly, as expected. Strip these enchantments off myself to gain some more energy. I need to get to where there's an enemy to target. So I'm expecting this will have normal cast time. Yes. But that is instant. Now, another thing that I'm curious about that I just don't know the answer to is when it says instant, does it mean that interrupts attacking? So I'm going to figure that out really quickly. Yes, it does look like it does mean interrupts attacking. I can do one more test. Yeah. Okay, it interrupts attacking, but it does go off instantly. So, okay, cool. Good to know. I wanted to collect some data, some additional data there. Really cool to have it work on Swirling Aura, though, and having instant casts on that seems like it could be real sweet. So, again, it is working the way that I thought it would be working, which is good to know. All right, let's go test against a larger group of enemies. Not that we'll be testing Shatterstorm much, but You know, what can you do? What can you do? This is one of those skills, by the way, that when I first read it, I'm like, that seems garbage. Like, you remove a whole stack of enchantments from an enemy, and then it's recharging for, like, 10 years. But it's like, oh, if I remove one, it has a 7-second recharge, which is actually really short for enchantment removal. And if I remove two, well, I just got rid of two enchantments, it's a 10-second recharge, or 14-second recharge. Like, those are both pretty reasonable. Like, 14-second recharge is still faster than Rip Enchantment, and that's getting one. And this is not costing any attributes to use, and it can be a fairly quick recharge. So, I don't know. I feel like Shadowstorm is probably a little bit better than I used to give it credit for, because I was thinking of it in some extreme case scenarios. Okay, the one thing that I'm seeing as a problem for Anton is he has a really, really hard time getting up to critical strikes. He tends to prefer Jagged Strike, Victorious Sweep, Reap Impurities as his combo. Cool. That's a thing. Let's see how Margaret's doing too. I kind of want to keep an eye on. Like, again, it's hard to kind of like pay attention to everybody all at once. I'm enjoying Anton's silly bar for whatever that's worth. Ow. Ogden seems to be doing okay. Yeah, I don't know how often Margaret is activating wells. Oh, she just put out a well of ruin somewhere. I'm gonna run over. This is a well of blood. That's useful, but it's not the same thing. He's got dazed on him. The daze is a spear swipe. Yeah, okay. I feel like these are all working okay. I think Anton could probably be tweaked a little bit because he's not using Exhausting Assault. And I feel like giving him some additional something to help with his energy is probably not a bad idea. I feel like I'd like his bar better as a player than on the AI, specifically, is the way it's currently set up. Giving him some sort of... Giving him, like, dash or... yeah, giving him mobility there seems like it might be a really good idea. These guys are obviously kind of rough. I feel like Zonra's bar does a fine job of doing what it's supposed to do, though. You know, Ogden's doing a reasonable job of keeping people alive. I don't know why he blood renewed himself there. I wasn't paying attention, but... Yeah, far and away Anton's biggest problem is he's just never getting to critical strikes. They've successfully distracted him with Victorious Sweep and Reap Impurities. Which is amusing to me. I feel like a run speed buff would probably be good there. Goron... Is Goron using... soldier speed? He is. Good. And he's using Fear Me, which gets him more speed, which is good as well. That combo would actually work pretty well on an assassin, by the by. Okay. Yeah. I feel like these are overall working fine. I do want to tweak Anton a little bit. Luxons are winning again. I like Exhausting Assault, but Anton needs a speed buff, so I'm gonna give our boy Dash. He isn't really getting to critical strike either, which I mean I'm not thrilled by, but I don't think it's the worst. Those are scythe attacks. Let's see, I can actually group by type. Yeah, okay, so our melee attacks also include Mystic Sweep. These are in... A bunch of these are in Mysticism, but you can use Banishing Strike with any weapon. Okay, yeah, so those aren't useful outside. These are all already kind of being used. I mean, I could give him Malicious Strike if I wanted to. I kind of feel like he's fine where he's at. I don't usually use that type sort, but it does exist. Okay, I kind of want to see how that affects things. I do feel like Ogden's doing surprisingly well. We're definitely spreading conditions around a lot, but anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of different things where it's like, oh, if I did this, I could build around these things. Where the AI is just not going to be smart enough to know what it's supposed to be doing, so it's not going to do it properly. Okay, I just want to see how that change to Dash affects Anton and how he's doing stuff, but I'm probably going to be wrapping up this set of bars pretty soon. Okay. And again, part of Anton's problem is enemies are dying quickly enough that he's not ever really getting to critical strike territory, which feels kind of important. Maybe I switch him over to Golden. No. I was thinking Golden Lotus. I don't know, I think I'm going to leave him as is. It's possible with a different configuration, he works a little bit better. Yeah, there, he almost got... Okay, so he will use it. It's just a lot of the time he's just not in a situation where he can. I think Dash is probably better for him there. I don't think he's going to use Exhausting Assault properly. Exhausting Assault, though, could be really sweet with... like... I'm just imagining going Iron Palm, Exhausting Assault when you have... your attacks remove enchantments, or your attack skills remove enchantments from knockdown foes. So it's like you Iron Palm to knock him down, and then you Exhausting Assault and strip 2 enchantments from him. That seems really interesting. I want to try some stuff on Assassin with that, but anyway. Okay, I'm happy with these bars. I'm going to go back to Tanglewood Copse. And I want to record that these are bars that I've put together. So I'm going to run ads while I do that, because friggin' why not? It's just boring. Okay. Let's get my document up here. Template code. Healing bursts. Save. Healing burst. This is extend conditions. Conditions. Boy, this takes a while. Open up the template. This is Shatterstorm. Again, this is good old Hamstorm. Except not what people usually mean when they say that. Mind freeze. This process does take quite a while, doesn't it? Yeah, barrage. I'll probably post these template codes somewhere at some point too if people want them. RN. Brain's getting away from me. Let's see. That's barrage. This is Fox's Promise. I feel like I'm making a lot of like assassin using dervish stuff builds. And then this is Wielder Zeal. Wielder's Zeal. Okay, and that's gone through all of those. Now I just need to mark them all off. Let's actually do it this way. Okay. Barrage. Okay, extend conditions in Shadowstorm. Where is it? They are extend conditions. Shadowstorm. Sign of Midnight's an odd one. Healing Burst. Did I mark Healing Burst off yet? There we go. Healing Burst. Elementalist with Mind Freeze. Barrage already marked off. Like that. Yep. Barrage I marked off. Fox's Promise. Wielder's Zeal. Okay, that does that. I know I'm going to want another build with Ogden because it's usually a good idea to have a healer, and I kind of want to do, let's see, I haven't done Spirit Light Weapon as well, so let's do a Spirit Light Weapon with Zandra. Ogden, okay, let's just start with Zandra here. Pull all these off. Spirit Light Weapon on her. Ogden is going to want to be... This is an interesting question. What do I actually want to do with him? Oh, Amity is so terrible. What do I want to do with Amity? Yeah, we're getting into... See, I could do Shield of Regen. If I did Shield of Regen, what do I want to do that on? I could do Shield of Regen on a Necromancer. Yeah, let's do a Shield of Regen Necromancer. The energy just works out nicely there. Oh, no, wait. I wanted to do it on an Ellie. I remember now. Any of the Void. Monk. Do the regen. Okay. Right. Elites for here. Oh yeah, I wanted to do. I do want to do. Okay, let's do Elias. I did want to do orders with signet of removal. This is one of those bars that's going to make me want to bring certain things to support it, isn't it? Yeah, probably. Okay. No, I don't need to do anything to that. I could just do Zealous Benediction. Because I have Light of Deliverance as well. But I feel like Light of Deliverance is one of those skills that I kind of want to use on a slash monk more than on a primary monk, if that makes sense. So let's just rig up some sort of Zealous Benediction bar. Okay. Yeah, let's grab Kamu. I want to do Wind Prayers, Dagger Mastery. I keep thinking about doing some sort of knockdown thing with Rending Aura, and I keep not doing it. I'm pretty sure I haven't used that one yet, right? Yeah, I have not used Zealous Vow yet. And having physical attackers is important for testing some of this stuff I'm doing right now. Ranger. Yeah, let's just do... Melandry's Shot. I haven't done that one yet. So why not? Scribbling Anthem is one of those that I actually kind of like on Ranger as well, but Anthem of Guidance just doesn't require any investment. Let's do something with Anthem of Guidance. I think, unless there's something else that I was really specifically thinking about wanting to do. Maybe I do want to just grab Anton again and just do something else. Let's see. I did Temple Strike already, right? Yeah. Shadow Form. You know what? Let's figure out a Shadow Form bar. Okay. Those are some elites to work with. Let's get some bars figured out. Okay, so first thing first, I know Kamu currently has a scythe. I think it's a fine scythe, but it's also not what I want to be doing with him. I need to clear out a few things from my inventory. Stalwart. Cool. Let's take a moment to do that. First thing that I said, though. So I need a slash bonus in some daggers, because I want to do a dagger bar with him. Merchant's over here. I don't know why I haven't memorized this yet. Right by this caravan looking thing, actually. That makes too much sense. Ah, whatever. We'll just sell the Warden Horn. Buy a new salvage kit. Some bones I deprived myself of. Not a huge deal. Okay. I want daggers there. So this is Divine Favor. I'm just going to give him Wolf's Favor here, and I'm going to give her Tiger's Roar. They're probably not going to use them, but it doesn't, like, I've just spawned them, so I might as well drop them in places where they might be of some use. So I'm going to just be deleting a bunch of stuff anyway. They're most likely to get used with spears, if anybody was wondering. Okay. You're staying Daggerland, I think. Probably. Kamu. Daggers. Cool. Okay, let's get some bars going here. Let's go backwards. So one of the things that one of the things that's a possibility here with Shadow Form that's actually interesting, and maybe I want to swap him over to the Icy Soulbreaker. Because an advantage of going Icy Soulbreaker is I could give him okay, let's see here. If I go, I mean, Dervish just works really well with Assassins, it turns out. So if I go like 10 Scythe Mastery, 8 Critical Strikes, I want some Wind Prayers as well. Something like this, a 10-8, 10-8. 16 seconds is obviously not 100% uptime. But, you know, it's not the worst. Oh, Unseen Fury is nice to throw along. But then I can use Grunth's Aura, which I feel like might get around some of the restrictions there. That's on this guy. Yeah, then Crippling Sweep, Crippling Victory, he needs a Scythe here. There. The additional damage packets from this probably also get around the restriction, the 18 damage cap that has. Now, I could put, like, some more stuff on him, but I kind of feel like it makes sense to, like, put something else here. Mystic Healing. I mean, I could give him Dwayne's Touch. I have 3 enchantments on him. It's like 120 HP heal. I kind of like that. On the other hand, Signet of Mystic Speed would allow for instant casting. You know, I'm going to put Signet of Mystic Speed on him, which seems a bit peculiar, but it means that his Shadow Form and Way of the Master would have instant casts. Most critically, that's for Shadow Form. Shadow Form being able to go boom, just on, seems really good. So I kind of like trying that and just seeing how that goes. Now Kamu here. Yeah, I keep trying to make some sort of crazy dagger chain work. And running into just technical difficulties of that dagger chain being too long, yo. I mean, it still runs into the problem that he wants to have a run speed buff. But what you gonna do? Not a whole lot you can do. I could also see, so I could use a Horns of the Ox approach, but the problem with Horns of the Ox, if you can't see already, is that it has a very difficult to meet restriction. So, but maybe that's still a better direction. I feel like there's a lot of things that you could potentially do. It's just that the AI would be bad with doing them. I could also go like Forest Slicer and like Mystic Sweep and Banishing Strike, but my mysticism's kind of low, so. Again, the most reliable way of getting crippled with daggers is Black Mantis Thrust. The problem with it is I need some way of ensuring a condition is happening, or a hex is happening, in order to be able to trigger it. And that's just not reliable with this configuration. I also like the chain going like Blades of Steel, like falling spider, blades of steel. The AI is probably not smart enough to kind of understand how things are supposed to link together, though. So even if I did something like this, right? First of all, it has to get lucky to hit a moving foe. Then that could happen. I feel like it would work best, honestly, with a palm strike direction on a primary assassin. Okay, so if I abandon the idea that I'm getting anything but the second hit of like trampling ox, triggering it. Okay, what if I approached it this way? Like Horns of the Ox, which does not care what my lead attack is doing. Because then Horns of the Ox would have synergy with the Rending. Maybe I'm too obsessed on this one point, but I really like the idea of making that work. I just don't think that I can realistically get it to work well on an AI bar. Or maybe I should just... Maybe it's not a terrible idea, I just need to pick the right skill to be using with it. That might be more accurately the point. Your attack skills remove enchantments from knocked down foes is just really compelling. So, I don't know. What you gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Okay, well, it's probably terrible, but dang it, I want to try something, and we're gonna try this. Because then the idea is this takes longer to recharge, so like when he uses that, you can go into this chain and get good damage off of Blades of Steel. I don't know. Maybe I should use a different lead attack. Maybe Trampling Ox is just a better option, because even if he's not triggering it, I might have an ally that can. But you know, I think I'm just going to roll with this. For maybe Desperate Strike. I think I'm going to switch over to Golden Fox Strike. This one's kind of nice. So is this, though? I think I actually am going to go with this setup. There we go. We'll go with that. Yeah, significant removal orders. That's certainly a tricky one to figure out where I want to go 100% with this. I don't really need curses. If I just spec all the way into blood magic. And like Dark Fury, the problem that you run into is energy starts becoming somewhat tight. And then your own health becomes an issue as well. Could put on blood renewal. More life sacrifice. What if I spec into healing prayers? Healing prayers are just so bad for healing yourself, though. Patient Spirit, Healing Circle. Yeah, I mean, that's quirky and weird. Why is Protection Prayers open? Sign of Lost Souls is probably a good idea. I could also just abandon the idea of self-healing for Aegis. Actually, I kind of like that. Okay, never mind Healing Prayers. Aegis is just another party-wide enchantment, so... Aegis, Shield Guardian. Party-wide enchantments for all. And then Blood Renewal. I don't know. This bar seems kind of probably mediocre. But... It feels like it kind of slots in nicely, too. Boy, I'm getting mentally taxed, by the way. For anybody who was wondering. Probably Glyph of the Lesser. I like that. I kind of feel Air Magic, maybe, with Shock Arrow. It's another one of those, like, I guess I have to use Chain Lightning situations. I don't know. Well, something like this. It's like I want Shell Shock in order to get cracked armor, to get Shock Arrow to restore my energy, and this needs Overcast in order to be AoE. So I need something that has Overcast, and so it's like Chain Lightning or Gale are kind of, and Shock are like my non-elite options for that, and I don't want to use Shock because it's melee range, so it's like, I mean, Chain Lightning's a good skill, don't get me wrong, but it's just, I really hate this like Overcast mechanic because there's not enough Overcast skills. It's just like each attribute has like 3 non-elite Overcast skills, except for Energy Storage, which has none. So it's just like really awkward and kind of frustrating to work with. Oh, I guess I like Slash Monk on this as well. What if I did something completely different? I could go Slash Paragon and grab some motivation. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. You do want some spawning power because it gives you increased duration on your weapon spells, so... I mean, I can do Signal of Synergy, Ballad of Restoration. Song of Power is such a stupid skill. I mean, I've tried it a couple of times, but it's just not great. And let's do Area of Restoration. Men, Body, and Soul, Wielder's Boon. Spirit Light. And recovery is an option. Life has a quicker recharge, though. And is a party heal, technically. So let's go with Spirit of Life. Let's use this. I don't know. It's fine. This feels fine. Okay. So is Ogden the only one? No. Margaret also needs a bar. This is a good question. What do I do for Margaret? That foe is moving or knocked down. Gale is an at-range knockdown. Slippery is as well, but that triggers off the same thing, movement. So that seems a bit redundant. I could go with stuff to make it AoE with Epidemic. Epidemic feels like it should be a necromancer skill, not a mesmer skill. Don't know if anybody else feels that way or not, but you know what? Bane Signet exists. Okay, let's put 7 in Wilderness Survival. Let's put the rest in Smiting Prayers. Yeah. This is an attribute split? Sure. Like I said, Bane Signet exists. I like that as a fun, quirky option. Get some damage out of it. I also want Poison Tip Signet. Get some additional degen there. That Natural Stride is real short. I don't really need a whole lot else from Wilderness Survival, though. I was mostly looking for a good old Poison Tip Signet time. Let's see. I mean, Seeking Arrows ends if you fail to hit. I could do Seeking Arrows. I kind of want to do Read the Winds. Where is that? Here it is. Makes your arrows move twice as fast, so they just hit more reliably. Which means it's a good time for everybody's favorite interrupts. You know what would be really cool? If there's a skill, or if there's basically like a hex that's like, the next time this foe would be interrupted, they're knocked down. Or they're also knocked down. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be a neat triggered effect. There's a lot of different things that could be a cool trigger. I feel like that would be a Mesmer Hex. That feels like a Mesmer Hex to me. Kind of like Balthazar's Pendulum, except actually useful. Yes. Balthazar's Pendulum is the next time target ally would be knocked down by foe, that foe is knocked down instead. That's it. It just feels so meh. Like, Smiting Prayers needs so much help overall. It's hard to begin expressing just how much Smiting Prayers needs help. You know what? Let's go for the Signet Trifecta and just slap on Antidote Signet for the last skill. There. Signets. Signets galore. I like a Bane Signet to knock things down to get Melandrius shot to trigger. Probably not going to happen that much, but it's amusing to me anyway. Okay, so this is kind of more of a prop prayers sort of situation. I really could have used more sleep last night. I can feel it in my brains. Part of me wants to go into Wilderness Survival here and grab, like, Drider's Defenses, which is just like, please leave me alone, and Healing Spring, so I'm going to. There. For 9 seconds, you gain 75% chance to block attacks and 51 armor against elemental damage. Makes you real durable for a little bit. Okay. Healing Spring. Oh man, Muddy Terrain is so annoying. I hate this skill when enemies use it. And I don't bring it because I hate the skill. And here it is. Healing Spring. All adjacent allies are healed. While activating the skill, you are easily interrupted, so good to be aware of. Sure, Signet of Devotion. I want more protection prayers, though. A little bit weak, but it'll do. I think I'm going to put Dismiss here. I want Aegis. Yeah, we'll put on Aegis. This one's probably very energy hungry, unfortunately. Not a whole lot you can do about that. It's just a fact of life. I'm just gonna put on remove hex. I don't want reverse hex. Remove hex has a pretty good recharge. This can have a good recharge, but or this can potentially remove multiple, but I think I'd just rather have the 8-second recharge. I mean, it's a very basic looking bar to me, but I think it's fine. My brains are definitely like, boy, you've been making bars for, what, 3 hours now? 3 hours-ish? I mean, there's been a bunch of testing time in there, too. Combined with, boy, you really should not have stayed up that late last night. Whoops. I knew it was... It's one of those things where it's like, I kind of know this is a mistake, but also I'm just too tired to go to bed. I don't know if you've ever been there, where it's like, the process of going to bed has enough hurdles in the way that's like, I don't want to go to bed. This team's probably actually going to do somewhat, like, well, just because it's very defensive. Hey, Nova. Hello. Yeah, that's the worst. When it's like, I really want to go to bed, but I haven't made it yet. Like, I've washed everything. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a weird one. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, oh, but I still need to go brush my teeth, and... Like, I need to just make sure I'm very intentional about getting my teeth brushed. Or I run into problems. Yeah, watch that signature removal slowly remove conditions. Yeah, it's the worst. I agree. Also, this right here, this is my bunk bed, right? It's up in a corner. So making my bed is even worse. Because I have to, like, clamber around and... It's just real awkward. No, but I still live at home, and I have a very limited space in my room. I don't see a reason to move out until I get married, because I like my family, and I'm fortunate in that. But I have a fairly small room that I'm in, so this gives me a lot more storage space. And I like it. Like, my dad and I worked together to build it. He did most of the work, but I painted it and helped some. Okay, this is working well enough that I'm going to go to the other area. I like how the bright orange complements the blue of my walls. And yeah, it was interesting actually picking the color of just like, no, this is my room. I'm going to be honest with myself. What color do I actually want this to be? And I'm like, you know what? I think I want it to be bright orange. And everybody else in my family is like, no, I'm single. But everybody else in my family is like, that is not the color we would have picked. It's like, cool. But, you know, they're like, it's in your room. You enjoy having your room painted the color that you want. So, yeah. Anyway. I enjoy having it be so bright and cheery. It really made my room a lot more cheerful of a place, having that bright orange. So yeah. And it has helped storage tremendously. And the other thing, too, that was a side benefit that I wasn't necessarily anticipating, is it creates a different space, so it makes my bed space more segregated even within my room. And that's something that I actually really like. So... So that's nice. But it does make making it like reconstituting it. Boy, I'm not paying attention to what's going on with my heroes. It does make making it a royal pain in the rear end because it does require a bunch of like climbing around and like you can't really see it here, but there's a railing here, so I have to kind of black die pull stuff down around that, which is really awkward. And yeah, exactly. And creating some of that space separation is really useful. Also helps prevent like ambient on lights from electronics from kind of getting up to where I am. Because there's actually, I don't know if you can see it on my hand here. There's a bright blue light on this microphone. Being able to have it under the bed is kind of nice. Although I do turn off my computer at night these days. But after I got an SSD and the boot times are no longer 15 minutes. But being able to swing this underneath and hiding that blue light was kind of nice for a time before I got the SSD. How are you doing over there, Sandra? I'm hearing a lot of extinguish going off, so it's clearly very good here. Yeah, I don't know how often Anton is actually going to use Shadow Form. I think it really matters, depends upon some of the other stuff. It slices, dices, and mashes tubers? The heck are you talking about? Oh, ambient dialogue. Well, I don't feel like this team is incompetent, so it probably means it's mostly working okay. I'm enjoying talking to you too much and not paying attention to what my tests are actually showing me. Oh, Ogden likes to precast his stuff there. We actually have an Aegis chain going on with this particular combination, which is kind of nice. It does make Signet of Synergy a little bit worse, though. Yeah. Kamu's definitely using all of his skills, so that's good. He's not really using Running Aura, it looks like, which is kind of expected. I might take it off of him or something else. It's probably a little overly ambitious, but I actually kind of like having the two dual attacks here. Okay, I need to run through that area again. I was not paying close enough attention to what was going on. Or maybe I should... Actually, you know what? Let's go outside House of Helter into Ferndale. Because it might be a good idea to try against some of the enemies there. Just see how things go. I don't think he's using it because there's not enemies that are casting spells on him. So I think he's looking for a very specific situation for him in which to use it. Basically, I don't think he's just going to... I think he's going to avoid casting it if he's not getting spell damaged. So I don't think he's going to use it like defensively for just the minus 10 damage reduction that it would give him. So that's part of why I'm coming out here to fight some mantises, because they will use hexes. So I could see him going, oh yeah, I need to defend here. It's also the sort of thing where he might not use it unless his HP gets low. Because it is a bad idea to have it up if you don't need it. So... You know what? Something else I should try is how does Signet of Mystic Speed interact with orders? Because if you could use it and get instant cast time off of Order of the Vampire, for example, that would be good. I need to test that. But I agree, Anton is not using Shadow Form. Just like I don't think Kamu's been using Rending Aura. Rending Aura, though, there's a known weird AI behavior on the wiki that the AI doesn't really use it, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, better than... Well, it's not so much the AI is better than Henchi AI. It's that heroes have better skill options. But yeah, I get you. Like, my logic is enemies totally use Shadow Form, so... But they tend to not use it until their HP gets low. So this team is extremely healer heavy. Especially Zandra. I probably should tweak something with Zandra. I might drop Area of Restoration. I think her energy usage is too high. And it would be a good idea to swap over to something that doesn't use as much energy. You know what? Yeah, back in the day, absolutely, because their bars are bad. But these days, I would totally take Lich over... like, I would rather do Hell's Precipice with Henchies than Galahatchery. Okay, Zandra, your energy's been terrible. What if I replace that with Lyric of Zeal? I'm really curious to see how that would work, because I don't know if she gets enough stuff in to be able to kind of make that function. Okay, so this is definitely a bit of a pipe dream, but I like the rest of what his bar is doing enough that I think I'm going to stick with it. I might... Mystic Twister is an option. I kind of like Attacker's Insight. You've had no luck with Spellbreaker, Shadow Form, etc. with heroes? Yeah, I think that their triggers for when to use them are a little bit questionable, I think is the way I'll describe that. You move faster and deal more damage against moving foes. This might not be a bad idea as well. I think I'm just going to give him Whirling Charge. I like Whirling Charge. That's going to let him get in. I think I'd rather enable his getting in. Than worry as much about his defenses. Horns of the Ox is probably fine. I like having sort of the two dual attacks there, so... But I could see Ninetail Strike instead. So he kind of alternates them. Yeah, let's do Ninetail Strike, so he has just an entirely unblockable combo. I like that. I think Shadow Form I'm cool with leaving there. I'm curious to see how this change works with Zandra. I'm going to go back to Tanglewood Cups. Again, I don't think he's going to use Shadow Form unless his HP gets low. But he should get an instant cast Shadow Form, which is a substantial improvement, really. I think I'm just about done testing these bars, though. I'm fairly happy with how these are working. Ogden does like to drop Healing Spring right at the start of combat for some reason. That's very peculiar, but... I like having an Aegis, a little bit of an Aegis chain. That's been interesting. Yeah, so he likes to open with that Healing Spring. So the big thing that I need to see with Zandra is how effectively does she build that up. Yeah, so he's absolutely using that. As long as I'm seeing most skills in recharge, I'm fairly happy. Okay, she is building up a little bit of adrenaline with Lyric of Zeal. The other real benefit to this is when her HP gets low, she'll auto-attack, or when her energy gets low, excuse me, she'll auto-attack more, which will build up Lyric of Zeal more quickly. So it's kind of a little bit of a self-correcting mechanism. But being able to get 6 energy out of Signet of Synergy seems good. Okay, but the other thing is, like, she's disinclined to auto-attack. Lyric of Zeal might not work super well, but I feel like an extended combat, it might work okay. Also, if she gets targeted, she'll build up adrenaline from that. I think I like where Kamu's at with his bar. I think trying to just abandon some of the stuff. All right. You go ahead and make your bed, Novamara. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Yeah. I have to admit, I kind of like the way Serenia's bar is working. Let's see. Yeah, he is absolutely using that. Okay. Well, just making that one change, Zandra's bar is not running out quite as quickly. Okay. Back to lurk. All right. I think I'm happy with where these are at. I'm going to go ahead and record these down. So, you know what that means? More advertisements. Because this is just a lot of me recording bars. I might as well run advertisements. I say to all the people who can't hear advertisements because the advertisements are running. Okay, that's my bar. I don't need my bar. I need Ogden's bar. Zealous Benediction. Save this. A build for every elite. More Zealous Benediction. This is Spirit Light weapon. Like, at least I'm not trying to do friggin' Lyric of Zeal with somebody who is holding an item spell. Spirit Light weapon. Every elite. Oh, that's a Spirit Light weapon is the same length as Zealous Benediction. What do you know? RTP. Spirit Light weapon. I'm just saving them into a text document, so. Mono width font. This is Shield of Regeneration. Good old emo. Get my capitalization correct. Shield of Regeneration. This is Signet of Removal. I like this weird bar. Okay. Necromancer Monk. Signet of Removal. Kamu, my friend. You are Zealous Vow? Margaret is Melandru shot with bunches of signets. Let's her spam interrupts more. Right? How that works. Save a build for every elite. This is... Wait. I did everything wrong. There we go. We need that bar, not Zealous Vow again. Anton is Shadow Form. shield for every elite. Okay. That's done. Means it's time to go mark all of them off. Hooray! Zealous Benediction. Signet of removal. Spirit Light Weapon, Shield of Regeneration. Wow, I had friggin' 3 monk elites in this one. That's crazy. Okay, where's Shield and Regen? Zealous Vow. Melander Shot. Grab Shadow Form and then Melander Shot. Okie doke. I think that has them all recorded. Right. Okay. I wanted to go test something. A different character. Obviously, because it makes it easier. Hop on my character that has a lot of the skills. This will be a fairly simple test. I just need to go slash necromancer. Grab some blood magic. I'm just going to grab these 2 skills just to see. I'm really curious to know how these guys work with Signet of Mystic Speed. So we're going to find out. Cool. Signet of Mystic Speed makes these activate instantly. That's actually really, really nice. That's actually really nice. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing for my Order of the Vampire bar. Big stretches first, though. Okay, I don't think I have Order of the Vampire yet. Nope, decidedly not. Wonder if this will be the last round of builds. My brain's of definitely feeling it. Like, this is a lot of thinking, is what I'm saying. Okay. It was a good idea to grab Ogden. It's a good idea to grab, let's see, Elias, I think, is going to be the Order of the Vampire user. So let's just start with getting these guys kind of set up. The thing that I want to do here is I actually want to, like, do this. Because I haven't done, like, Offering of Blood is just such, like, an old tradition that I kind of want to make Offering of Blood. Boon bar here. Something like this, I think. This just feels like a very traditional sort of like standard monk bar in a way that I wanted to make it. Okay, for you, absolutely going into Dervish lands. Wind prayers. Okay, so this is going to be Order of the Vampire. I feel like Blood Ritual is going to be good to bring along. Blood Bond is good to bring along. Strip Enchantment, maybe. I keep looking for Order of the Vampire and not finding it. Okay, then I want Signet of Mystic Speed. That lets me get 2 instant casts off on this, which is so important. Mystic Healing and Vow of Piety. I think I like something like this. This obviously has some offensive utility, defensive utility. This is some just nice regen that goes on and additional durability to a character who's going to be sacrificing life. Order of the Vampires are going to end, and then it's going to be reapplied, so Vow of Piety gets reapplied a lot, and then, of course, Mystic Healing works really nicely when you're putting enchantments on the entire party. So, okay, so that's Offering of Blood and Order of the Vampire. No, I might just mark them off now. Offering of Blood. And Order of the Vampire is literally just below it. You know what? I've been thinking about this friggin' Mesmer bar. I should make this friggin' Mesmer bar. Norgu. I want to go Illusionary Weaponry here. Okay, so Illusionary Weaponry means I don't need any swordsmanship, actually. What I actually want is I want Tactics and Illusion Magic. A split kind of like this actually seems reasonable to me. Okay, let's see here. So this is also just it's Illusionary Weaponry. Let's go ahead and make the bar. So this is one of those spots where you can use Deadly Riposte, and it's really cool. Sure, I'm glad you have this staff. I should grab Kamu and give him his thing back. There, Kamu, have your special Sun-Touched Scythe back. Okay, get booted. Okay, I'm gonna need to grab my sword. Chests. Drop some stuff off. Yeah. It's a little annoying that they basically made it, like if you read it, it's, who's not under the effects of another Necromancer enchantment, because they wanted to nerf, for lack of a better word. Yeah, they wanted to nerf it, because stacking it with, you basically, you used to be able to stack it with, other orders, and they didn't want you to be able to stack orders, so they decided they would nerf that one, the elite, instead of the non-elites. Which is really disappointing, but see, I don't think Ghost Forge is worth anything. Flash bonus. Let's see, I need the sword and the shields. Let's get rid of the rest of this stuff. Those are Anton's daggers. I should hang on to those. What's going on with this guy? This is an inspiration magic staff. Interesting. Okay. He's going to need that for his illusionary weaponry stuff. I do feel like it's pretty traditional with illusionary weaponry to use Illusion of Weakness. Illusion of Haste is not a bad idea as well, but I don't think I'm going to use it because I think I might use an actual run speed buff. Soldier speed, maybe? I kind of like that as an idea. Yeah, I mean, it used to. So what people used to do in Tomb of the Primeval Kings, when it first got changed from the Heroes, what is now Heroes Ascent, is it was rebranded Heroes Ascent when it was moved over there, but it was originally just Tomb of the Primeval Kings, and people called it like Tombs or TOPK and stuff. But when it got changed over to the dungeon version that we know now, what people would do with it actually is they would run teams with like 5 pet barrage rangers, so as rangers with barrage and pets, and then an order necromancer that would use both Order of the Vampire and Order of Pain to stack damage on top of barrage. And then there's like a Bipper and 1 healing monk. That was what the team combos used to be there. I remember them quite distinctly. That was a very long time ago, though. Soldier's defense. 75% chance to block attacks. These are actually really comparable. No, wait. This requires you to be having a Shadow Chant on you to work. 4 seconds. That blocks attack skills. I feel like I actually kind of just want shield stance here. This character's not going to gain adrenaline. Because that's just how it works. I can grab sprint, though. But I think I'd actually rather use Soldier's speed. Soldier's speed is not as fast as sprint, but you can keep it up all the time. Yeah, I did some heals with those runs as well. The thing is, like, I could do For the Limit, but that feels a bit weird. I could do, like, To the Limits, Watch Yourselves. I don't know. It's just like you just don't gain adrenaline very well with this sort of bar. Actually, maybe Disciplined stance is just a better defensive stance. Yeah, same. I did it a few times, but only a handful. This is actually one of those situations where what I think I want is like Imagine Burden lasts 18 seconds. Ethereal Burden does not last that. Yeah, this is quicker. Put on Ethereal Burden so we can get up there better. You know what? Let's give Power Return for just a random interrupt. This gives plus 10 armor. A little bit of additional defense. That's a little bit of additional defense. This is some movement speed. I kind of like whatever this is. I think I like this. Okay, I remember I was thinking of doing a sword thing with something. Let's see. I think Gorn is still set up for a sword. Yeah. So I was thinking about... yeah, okay, let's do kind of a steady stance bar here. So, Drunken Blow. If you're not familiar, steady stance gives you adrenaline and stuff if you get knocked down. It's kind of neat. And so people like to do it with Drunken Blow and Desperation Blow, which is right here. And then that can do stuff. So Knee Cutter seems to make sense. That can make a lot of conditions happen. So I think Epidemic makes sense here. Which is, I think, what it was there before, but... Put on Watch Yourself. And, nothing like I meant to do that? Do I want I meant to do that? Basically, one of these will sync up nicely with Steady Stance, so I guess I only need one if I wanted to do that. If I do two, they'll knock themselves down like every other. Just maybe less than ideal. Yeah, maybe I'll just do Desperation Blow. Knee Cutter. Steady Stance. Let's see. Deep Wound, Weakness, Bleeding, or Crippled. Knee Cutter obviously benefits off of Crippled. I can just do like Silverwing or Galrath. Do Galrath Slash. Okay, I was thinking I wanted to go slash warrior with some tactics here. I wonder. I could do a Vim bar. That would be interesting. I like the idea of using like Fear Me, Soldier's Strike, and Soldier's Speed here. To the limit's definitely a fine idea. I don't necessarily feel like I need a bunch of adrenaline gain though, because this is going to get me adrenaline, and this is going to get me adrenaline. So that feels a bit. Actually, I kind of think I like Final Thrust better. Excuse me, for that reason, because this already like as a setup kind of builds adrenaline pretty well. So. I don't know why Sword has like random stuff all over the place. There's also disarm, interrupt target foe's action. If that action was an attack, all of their attack skills are disabled for 2 seconds. Which mostly just serves to get rid of all of adrenaline, really. But you know what I might add is Thrill of Victory. It's very tactics attack oriented, which I kind of like. Yeah, you needed your daggers back. Let's see. I don't think I've used Mobius Strike yet, right? But maybe I want to use a Tactics Elite here on him. So if I used Vim, I would want to do something that's very condition. Like, inflicts a lot of conditions. This is the sort of situation where it's like, oh, I could do Black Spider Strike into Twisting Fangs, and then I'm like, those recharges are real long. I mean, I could do those, but that's like his entire energy pool, and then those are really long. So, oh, you know, I could also just do You're All Alone, which might not be bad. Oh yeah, I could do You're All Alone, and then I could totally do. Because this is a highly repeatable, good damage attack that he can do. So I could do like a Trampling Ox thing here. Need some water. Trampling Ox. What sort of lead do I want? See, that's an 8-second recharge. You know what? I think I'm going to go with like... Why not Desperate Strike? How's that for a philosophy? Why not Desperate Strike? I really wish there was a little bit more variety in offhands, though. Because there's just not. Lotus Strike is a 12-second recharge. Like, if I go by sort by type, you can see all the dual attacks there, including Vampiric Assault, which most people are going to forget about because it's hidden away in Deadly Arts, of all places. I don't necessarily mind that, but it does make it kind of awkward. There's not a ton of lead attacks either, but they're all kind of varied. But if you look at offhands, these right here are all conditional. Some of these are elite that are all, like, a bunch of them are kind of weird. So there's like this is also conditional. This is long recharge, and then this weird thing. So it's like, for just normal offhand attacks, you basically have Wild Strike and Fox Fangs, and that's like it. And that's part of why people use those ones so much, because there's just not a whole lot of choice in offhand attacks, because so many of them are like this weird, quirky stuff. I could also technically do Shove if I wanted to. Target Hush Foes, knock down. But I don't think I quite want that here. If I were to do Shove, I think I'm gonna just go Wild Strike, by the way. If I were to do Shove, the benefit of doing that would basically be that it'd allow me to be able to jump into like Falling Lotus, which would be nice, but it would be kind of a different setup than what I'm doing here. I might do a Shove Assassin, but I might do Shove something else too. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Steady stance. Let me get these marked. Let's see. You're all alone. That's what he's using. And then steady stance. The irony, of course, is that you're all alone requires enemy to not be too near each other. So Trampling Ox still, like, I'm basically giving Trampling Ox the... actually, you know what? Let's just put this as Black Mantis Thrust instead of Desperation. This does consistent damage. And is another potential way to get Hex on if You're All Alone doesn't work. Or Cripple on. Okay, so that's You're All Alone, and technically I could do a Steady Stance here too, but and Steady Stance. It'd be interesting to do like Desperation Blow on an Assassin, but okay, let's figure out what I want to do for the next skill. Ooh, Echo. Echo is one of those skills that you just kind of slot into a bar. What would I want the base to be? So that's the real question, is like, what do you want the base to be? I want everybody to have Resurrection Signet. Like, I want all non-healers to have a Resurrect. Do I really need that Resurrection Signet? Not necessarily. That many Resurrection Signets? Not necessarily, but it's the sort of thing that I want as kind of a standard, like, support option. Does that make sense? Echo. I actually kind of want to do a Restoration Echo. Does that sound weird? I like the idea. I can also see it working well with, sort of well with Paragon. But I feel like because I can see Echo working really nicely here, where I get more copies of like Spirit Light and stuff. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, I think I'm actually going to do Expel Hexes, not Echo, because I don't want them to echo like life or something. It would be a bit goofy. And Expel Hexes makes up for a big weakness that you have as a Ritualist Healer, which is your inability to do anything about hexes, incidentally. I'm going to do Life and Rejuve. We can just kind of cap that out. Item, any weapon and item spells you cast costs less energy. You know what? Let's do Renewing Memories with Kaolai. Where is Kaolai? There's Kaolai. I feel like this one's looking pretty standard, but I'm cool with that. And I just want Weapon of Warding, because Weapon of Warding is just a nice defensive skill. This makes any weapon and item spells you cast cost 29% less. Okay, so this is specifically just going to make Kaolai and Weapon of Warding cheaper. I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not, but let's roll with it and just see how it goes. Alternatively, Ghostly Haste would allow spells like castable within your Shadow Spirit to recharge faster. Oh, that would include that. Okay, never mind. We're going to go Ghostly Haste. Never mind that. Like, making these recharge a little bit faster is nice, but making this recharge in 6 seconds is also really nice. Okay. Part of it, too, is I want to make sure I have enough healer options available when things kind of roll around to actually be able to, like, do things. Okay, let's just... I have an idea for a Paragon bar, so let's just do a Paragon. General Morgan. You are using this? Okay, cool. I'm not actually sure what your elite's gonna be just yet. Oh, you know what? This might be a good time for guidance. Yeah. We're gonna do that. Anthem of Guidance. Anthem of Guidance is kind of weird. It claims to... Let's see, I want fire magic. I want... What is this? Is this 12 or 11 yet? Okay. And then fire magic. You don't need any points in command for Anthem of Guidance. I don't know why it's in there. 'Tis a mystery. Okay, they're on fire is going to be good here. Anthem of Guidance is going to be some nice energy management options. I want... I mean, my real goal here is Mark of Rodgort. If I can find it... It's M. Meteor... Before that... there. I found it. We can stop panicking, everyone. I found it. I also get Conjure Flame, so I want to use these. Anthem of Guidance should help with my energy. I kind of don't... Yeah, I could bring Glowing Signet. But I think I'm going to just stick with... I think Anthem of Guidance is going to be able to fulfill most of what I need for energy management. Swift Javelin feels like a thing that I want to have when I'm Conjure Flaming. And let's just grab Merciless Spear. Just do this. I don't know how this is going to be energy-wise. They're on fire is, like, kind of nice, but, like, also I need enough triggers of it to kind of be great. I don't think Elias's bar is going to do a ton here just because of not having enough physical attackers. Like, I have basically just Anton because this is cold damage, this is fire damage, and this doesn't hit things. So it basically just benefits Anton, but I mean, this is just how it goes. So when you're actually drafting things, you're going to want to think about this stuff. But like, I'm just making bars and trying to be like, okay, are they using their skills properly? Like, a lot of what these tests are they using their skills properly, and how is their energy? Things like that. So it's not supposed to be a, is this working properly test, sort of in the, like, how good is this bar? It's more of a, let's see, and I got that Anthem marked off, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I got everything marked off as I went. So this is more of a process of, like, okay, does the AI competently activate the bar? The problem with Go for the Eyes is it doesn't... It's not necessarily the most effective. Like, it's definitely an option. We'll see how the energy actually is and how much he can actually rely on Anthem of Guidance. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on his energy, but I feel like his energy is going to probably, like, the recharge on Conjure Flame, for example, doesn't come up a lot and things like that, so I don't know. This is why we have some extra removal. Yeah, okay. Her energy is... Yeah, she just used Kali, so that's going to make her energy a little rough. Is he using You're All Alone, for example, is another thing to be looking for. Yep, he is. So that's good. It takes a little bit to just look at all of the bars. Okay, so I didn't see anything like just straight up failing there, but so why go on and Pongmai Valley first? Obviously, some of these, like Norgu's bar is terrible in an area where there's a bunch of enchantment removal. Yeah, Goran is able to absolutely do things. Norgu is using his Deadly Riposte, so that's good. Does Elias use the Signets? I mean, he should, right? Yeah, he does use the Signet sometimes. Okay, that's good. Yep, Ogden absolutely uses Offering of Blood. Oh man, those instant activation Order of the Vampires are really spicy. Yeah, for sure. Paragon has a lot of skills to cast, so. Anton definitely has some energy problems. I'm not sure how I would necessarily want to address that. I don't think it's the biggest deal. The thing is, like, Fear Me really helps with his energy. Because it gives him a big boost to his crit rate. Goran's definitely having some energy trouble, I'm noticing. I think Norgu's doing fine. I think these guys are doing all right. Zandra energy is a little wonky because of the effects of Kalai. And the way that makes her energy bounce around. Or her maximum energy, I should say. She is being helped a lot by having the Blood Ritual, though. So I may want to take that into consideration. I may want to drop Thrill of Victory off of Goran for another Adrenaline skill, because I mean, if Cripple gets on something, then it works, but otherwise, I think his energy is a little bit tight as well. He really needs to get lucky to get Knee Cutter activations working, because this returns 5 energy, but this costs 5, so that's still net down. I'm not sure, but I think I want to change Goran a little bit to make him a little bit more energy efficient. Like I said, Norgu seems to be fine. Zandra is a little questionable, but Kaolai makes that all really wonky. So yeah, I think I might drop Ghostly Haste. I think it's the energy is a bit much for her. Anton I'm fine with. It helps that his combo's not super frequent. Like, it's in every 8 seconds you can kind of do it. You can kind of do every 6 seconds for this first part. He's definitely using Soldier Strike a lot, which I'm cool with. And Norgu's benefiting from Shouts, which is kind of a neat combo. Yeah, I bet it would be kind of rough. I'm gonna make a couple of tweaks. I mean, I can pop out there in hard modes, see how it looks. But I do want to make a couple tweaks. I think I'm overall okay with where Anton is at. It's not amazing. He certainly struggles with his energy. But I think it's okay. Gorin, I want to drop Thrill of Victory for something adrenaline based because his energy there is very rough. There are no adrenaline attacks here, but he is using a sword, so I think I might give him Riposte. Perhaps. Yeah, I like that. Slightly less damage, but having his energy suffer less feels good to me, so... and Zandra, I think Ghostly Haste is... I think Ghostly Haste making this recharge 2 seconds faster is kind of neat, but also is not worth the 10 energy cost that this has, and everything else recharging a little bit faster is not that important. But I think I might try Renewing Memories. And this would make it while she's holding Kaolai. Kaolai and Weapon of Warding are both cheaper. Making these both like 7 energy, I assume, depending upon how their rounding and stuff works, will really help her energy a good bit. So I want to try Renewing Memories to see how that feels. I may change things on her again. I'm okay with this bar, but I'm kind of... Swift Javelin already kind of gets an unblockable thing, so it feels a little bit redundant with Anthem of Guidance, but Anthem of Guidance is here kind of for energy and because it was kind of a free roll for the elite slots, so I'm kind of happy with that overall. The rest of these bars I'm cool with. We'll see how things go if we walk out there in hard mode. Low on condition removal. I mean, I have a 2-stack Mend Body and Soul, and there's a Mend Ailment here. But I agree, there's not a ton of condition removal. For this area, I would certainly want a lot more condition removal, ordinarily. Norgu's sudden HP drop as he uses Illusion of Weakness. Anthem of Guidance is theoretically quite useful for a number of these guys, actually. I mean, it's doing fine here, so... I'm not even doing any healing. It's definitely testing Zandra's energy still. Yeah, and she's getting helped by the blood ritual off of Elias quite a bit. Do I want this to be something else? I'm not sure. It's a little hard to evaluate her in isolation because Elias's blood ritual is doing a lot to help her. I actually have quite a lot of distributed healing across the team. That's something that's a little bit subtle, but having Order of the Vampire with Mystic Healing, like Mystic Healing's ability to heal multiple team members is really nice. Yeah, I think Renewing Memories is better if you have an item spell that you're wanting to hold around. So I think I want to replace that. They're definitely struggling a lot more with this group. I mean, I'm just dead weight, but... Yep, Elias goes down. Ressa gets him back up reasonably well. Ogden does struggle a little bit with healing himself. But the Offering of Blood... our Offering of Blood does offer a lot of additional defense. I mean, we have Norgu that's running in there in melee range. Also, they're on fire is probably helping some with damage some. Okay. Overall, I'm fairly happy with where things are at. I do think I want to switch something up with Zandra here with Renewing Memories. Goran's energy is better than it was, so I'm happy with where he's at. So let's go change out I'm not quite sure what I want here instead of renewing memories, but I'm going to take a look at what some of my options are. I'd like something a little bit more energy efficient if I can. Don't need to. Zondra's bar, not mine. I could make it Wielder's Boon. That feels like a potentially good option. Because this is actually a very solid heal that doesn't require the spirits to be around. It requires Weapon of Warding. It's just Kaolai is something that you want to drop sometimes when health gets low, so you're not just keeping it around, so renewing memories becomes a lot less interesting under those circumstances. Another option actually is Feast of Souls, killing these spirits to heal everybody, but I feel like that's a bit underwhelming. Ghost Mirror Light is fairly unexciting as well. Yeah, I think I like Wielder's Boon here. Just kind of my options. I think I like that the best. You definitely feel not having a signet for healing on Ritualist. He's working fine. He obviously works better with somebody that can splash fire, but that's okay. Okay, let's go see how Zondra's energy looks with that modification. I'll record these builds, and I guess we'll actually have time to do one more round of builds, so that's good. This is definitely very mentally taxing, though. Oh, yeah, this message: you must travel from Altram Ruins in order to vanquish this map. Yeah, I'm not here to vanquish, though. Okay, so the big thing I'm looking for is how is Zondra's energy with that substitution. I don't know how often she'll get the full benefit from that is the main issue. But, like, if she's healing Norgu... Yeah. Okay, I think her bar is just going to always be a little bit energy rough. I'll heal myself there. Interesting. She actually seems to be doing worse. That's very interesting. You know why? It's because this is coming up more often. Rather than every 20 seconds, it's coming up every 4. And I don't want her spending as much time on that. I think what would actually be good here, if I want to help Zondra's energy, it would be for me to look for a slightly longer recharge time skill that I might want to have in this slot. Because this right here is a solid enough base of healing, combined with these spirits doing some stuff, that I don't realistically need something going on with this slot. So putting it as a skill that has a longer cooldown would actually be a good idea, oddly enough. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look for a skill there that has a longer cooldown. I could also just switch it to Energetic with Lisa. This has a longer cooldown and helps with energy. That's 2/3. 2/3 times 13 is 26/3. About 9 energy. This net's about 7 energy. I might try Energetic with Lisa in that slot. Actually, never mind that. Let's just go with Signet of Creation. Derp. Signet of Creation seems like a good replacement. Okay, part of what I want to see is how often is she being blood ritualed? How does her energy look? Because Zondra's energy is the main thing I'm looking at with these bars at this moment. And yeah, I don't care. We're wandering out here in hard mode, watching as things die to an illusionary weapon mesmer. Like, what up? That's what's up. And I conjure Flame Paragon and stuff. I mean, she already had it put on her, but... Yeah. Being able to get 8 energy off of the Signet is better than having a random heal she doesn't really need. Okay, I'm happier with where Zondra's at now. Oh, we have aggroed multiple groups. I'm gonna start trying to pull my weight a little bit. Nope, they got me. Oh, they got me. Obviously, it also helps when you have your entire team doing things, so... Hello. It's Demu. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Zondra's energy is definitely being pushed to its limits, but that's fine. Like, that sort of thing's going to happen when you have something running like this. I'm actually surprised at how well Ogden's energy is keeping in there, but that's Offering of Blood for you. Like, Offering of Blood, friggin' is net 15 energy. That's crazy. Definitely benefiting from having a blood ritual. But the fact that our offense is basically 3 melee attackers, they have a hard time getting around, is what I'm saying. Okay, let's make one more. Let's make one more team. Save these guys off. Make one more team. Run an ad break while I save these guys off. You know the drill. Here's the text document that everything gets saved into. It's just not a whole lot to say while I'm doing this. So, Offering of Blood. This is such a traditional thing to do, though. Order of the Vampire. I really like Ogden's Bar, if that wasn't clear. Plate code, this is illusionary weaponry. Let's see. Illusionary weaponry. I can spell sometimes when I think about it. Template code. This is steady stance. Build for every elite. Warrior Mesmer. Steady stance. I use a lot of Epidemic, I'm noticing. Okay, steady stance. This is You're All Alone. Which I like as kind of a weird sort of, like, this, it can't activate itself, but it does have utility because it's like, it can activate it off of this, obviously, for the knockdown. But because this can synergize with an ally, I think that's really cool. Let's see, Sandra. This is expel hexes. I think one of the things that's really easy to forget in this game as well is having like a lot of incidental healing across your party can actually provide a surprising amount of durability. Because what ends up happening is by having it distributed, you're able to heal like across members more. I remember when let's see. This is Anthem of Guidance. I remember when Guild Wars 2 was announced and they announced that there was not going to be a dedicated healer. I did some exercises in this game to make team composition or to like make a team composition that also did not have a dedicated healer, and there's some surprising lessons in that. With one of the most notable lessons just being yeah, absolutely. Hey, Dune fan, good to see you. I had a text document up where I was typing or recording all things, but yeah, I can. I'll probably put them on my Discord when I'm done with them. So I'll do something. I'll probably do it through there. But yeah, so the that process of making a team composition that had no dedicated healer showed me that surprisingly having no dedicated healer is a great way of like adding a certain sort of resilience to your team that you wouldn't expect, because what you end up getting for that is let me change some equipment around here. Norgu is using this. You end up having a certain sort of resiliency of you don't have one character that can be pressured that shuts down your entire healing. Because like if you have like one or two dedicated healers, like I don't know how often this has happened to you, but you're running the traditional like Mesmers with a Soul Twist and a Bip Necro with Restoration Magic, and then your Bip Necro gets under fire, and then they're trying to heal themselves, but they end up getting pressured out and die. Like that sort of situation has happened to me on occasion, not infrequently, in fact. The more different like individual team members have just some incidental healing on them, the more they're able to help. That can heal the party, to be clear. The more they're able to help keep that person alive. The other thing too is if they're being pressured and they're trying to heal themselves, they're not healing anybody else. And so like having more distributed healing actually adds a lot of resiliency to a party beyond what you would anticipate. It's kind of what I learned from that. Yeah, I'm not quite sure when I'll put bars up there. I can maybe stick them. I don't know. I might just like drop the text document up there if people want to look at them. Look at them that I'm recording them all to. Obviously, that's not individual templates, but when I'm done, I'll zip them up. Okay, so I want to drop everybody except Ogden, so it's just easier if I do that. Ogden, because I want to make sure that I'm having enough enough like healing distributed throughout everything. So, okay. Although one of the things I'm running into is running out of healing elites. Oh man, look at all of these: Devastating Hammer, Earthshaker, Enraged Smash, Forceful Blow. I could do a Reaper Sweep Aftershock build. I've done that sort of thing before. It's not necessarily the original, but to some extent it's like, okay, let's just get some stuff in here. You know what? Okay, I don't know what you're going to be doing. Let's just strip your bar for the moment. Let's do it. Go ahead and do that. Let's do Reaper Sweep. Kamu. Well, let Elementalist. Let's give you Reaper's Sweep. What's even going on here? Where is Reaper's Sweep? There it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the challenge, right? Is you're trying to like bounce things around, and but that's the thing that's fun with this game too. It's just like trying weird stuff. Okay, Reaper's Sweep. Let's do a bar with that. Again, I don't know what I want to do with Ogden. Yeah, okay. I want to do some weird thing with Paragon here. I do want to do Crippling Anthem though. So let's go to Ranger. Get rid of the Spear Mastery. We're gonna do Marksmanship. I'm not quite sure what's gonna be best arrangement here. I'm probably gonna want to do this actually. Yeah, because I could do. This is an interesting idea. Let's go to Zandra again. If I go like /monk, but I go like 10, 10, like 8 here. And then spawning power. I want to try something with this distribution where I'm using Offering of Spirit. I feel like that could be interesting. Okay, so that's Ritualist Offering of Spirit. Offering of Spirit is a bit of an awkward skill. Offering of Blood gives like more energy per point, but this doesn't necessarily have a life sacrifice attached to it, which is where it's really wonky. Okay, I want to go ahead and grab. You know what? Let's just grab cost for another axe. Elite. This bar was great. No, we did that one already. Let's just do Eviscerate next. We can be somewhat systematic about it. Soul Leech, Spoil Victor, Vamp Spirit, Corrupt Enchantment. Corrupt Enchantment feels like a skill that I want to put on a secondary Necromancer. Let's see. Chill Virulence. Virulence works really well in a Paragon as well. You know what? Let's make let's grab Elias and make Wail of Doom. Wail of Doom. I need one more character. Here, let's do something else with an Elementalist. Glimmering Mark, maybe? Sure, let's do something with Glimmering Mark. Glimmering Mark. Actually, Glimmering Mark feels like it might be better on an Elementalist secondary, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, let's actually not do Glimmering Mark. Let's save that for secondary. Let's just do Invoke Lightning. That'll be fine. Invoke Lightning. Okay. Let's start putting some bars together. Oh, I still need to figure out what I'm doing with him. That's the law. Okay. Ogden. Are there any... I think I've done all the Divine Favor elites. Yeah, I have. There's Light of Deliverance, Arrow of Enchantment. Arrow of Enchantment's a weird skill. I feel like I don't want to use this on a primary monk. Life barrier is also really awkward. Let's just go with life sheath. That'll work. Okay. So life sheath absolutely wants high protection prayers because you want to be able to get the 2 off of it. And if you don't have 12 protection prayers, you only get 1 condition. Let's see. I feel like this is going to want some inspiration magic. Man, this skill is so bad. I'm just going to go with the good old familiar, like, power drain. Inspired hex sort of deal. I like that as kind of if I'm grabbing something from another profession. Like, I want to make sure I'm doing some stuff with Monk that's dipping into professions other than Mesmer, but Mesmer energy management is so helpful for monks. It's kind of hard to not want at least some of it. I'm actually going to grab Aegis here. Aegis's long recharge is actually quite beneficial in this situation because it also helps mitigate energy costs. Yeah, I guess I can just go Signet of Devotion. I don't necessarily need to. I should put Spell Shield on something. That would be interesting. A lot of this is going to be Life Sheath. Part of what I'd consider here is I would consider Divine Boon for additional healing, but with kind of the way things are, I think I'm not going to. Shield Guardian is also decent. It provides some weird party heal effects. The thing is, I don't need any other condition removal because this is 2 conditions is very solid. What I'm actually thinking here is I'm just going to go Revealed Hex and just have 2 different hex removal spells like this. Obviously, this doesn't do as much if there's no hexes, but yeah, the AI is not good with bonding. I agree. That's part of why I'm not looking forward to Life Barrier. Bonding is just a weird game mechanic anyway. Okay, yeah, I remember what I was doing here. This is Crippling Anthem. Okay. Something like that is probably good distribution. Let's go for We Shall Return for a res on this. We Shall Return, go for the eyes, and I want Keen Arrow and Volley. Obviously, I need to spawn myself a bow, so I'll do that momentarily. Let's clear this junk out. Yeah. I wish this worked like Path of Exile, where I could just hold down Shift and just move between each thing with the identification active. It's very convenient. This game is great, but could really use some quality of life improvements, is what I am saying. That's all I'm saying here. I don't need this many spears. Yeah, you've got yourself your sword and whatever. Okay. Path of Exile. I've been having a lot of fun playing Path of Exile. I actually wrote a Steam review for it, if you want to go digging for that. It is a very complicated game, and it takes a very specific mindset. Like, Path of Exile is a game that can be a lot of fun if I'm focused on like exploring a character's build as they develop. If I have an end goal in mind, because if I have a direction, it's great. If I have an end goal in mind, it's just like really like impatience makes the game unfun. So I have to make sure I'm like, I want to do something kind of this direction, but if I need to step back from like too specific of a thing, because it's like all about grinding out a build, and like the basic like gameplay goal is to get stronger so you can get stronger, which has its own issues in terms of like long-term interest. But overall, I've definitely been enjoying the game. I think I want slightly more mysticism. Yeah, it definitely is catered to the hardcore audience. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And like, it's understandable. Um, they're the ones that are going to make a big stink if they think the game is bad, and that can push people away. So they're going to focus a lot of their energy on trying to make enough content for those people to be happy. But it is kind of annoying for sure. I want Aftershock here. I feel like I can smell supper, and it is making me not exactly hungry yet, but looking forward to it. I'm going to put on Earth and Shackles as well. Yeah, this also does cripple. I want Heart of Holy Flame. Heart of Holy Flame sticks around for a good long while, so it can just kind of stick around until Reaper's Sweep is charged up. This is going to be a Radiant Scythe situation as well, I think. So yeah, definitely, like, while I'm exploring stuff with it and discovering stuff, I enjoy it. It is also, like, as a game, works just surprisingly well as a, I am, like, listening to something while playing it. It's weird because, like, when I first started playing Path of Exile, it was just really overwhelming, like, just mentally overwhelming. But as I got more familiar with it, that kind of effect dropped off. But it took a while to get there. We'll go with Heart of Fury. Was like, I first started in, like, the passive web is like, bleh. There's a lot going on there, but when you realize how slowly things work, you just focus on something, you build your way towards that, and then you find the next thing, so that way you can keep stacking the same sort of thing, and it becomes a lot more manageable. What really melted my brain for those first, like, 20 hours was skill gems and sockets and figuring out how to, like, balance skill gems and sockets and all that stuff. Because that really got me. Really got me. Oh, yeah, Brutus. Yeah, in the prison. Yeah, he's like... Yeah. Like, once you figure out mobility and not just standing there and taking it, he's not too bad. But until you figured out that part, he is going to be kind of rough. Let's go Antidote Signet. I mean, it's a little bit of a weak Anthem of Flame, but yeah, I don't think Anthem of Flame is going to be worth it without Anthem of Envy, though. I want to make sure I have enough stuff to kind of fuel his volleys here. Cole? Or I'm not sure who you're referring to specifically. Yeah. Like, just the Vol thing that has a really long wind up and then smash for, like, all of your health. That one took a while to figure out, too. I feel like I just want Crossfire or Arcing Shot here. Okay, yeah, Cole is in the Temple Before Piety. K-O-L-E. I've never had any problems with him, but I can definitely see him being a problem for people. I think I'm actually going to put Disrupting Shot on here. This has a longer recharge than Savage Shot, so I want the AI to not spam this too much. We'll see how his energy actually looks, but between Keen Arrow and Volley, there's going to be a lot of energy usage. No, yeah, I have no idea. Okay, Offering a Spirit. That's right. I was going to do, like, this weird Agony and Rejuvenation. We'll do Men, Body, and Soul. And, you know what? I'm feeling Weapon of Shadow. But then also Splinter Weapon. And Gaze from Beyond. And how about Essence Strike? I have no idea. I don't think actually I need Essence Strike here. If Offering of Spirit... So if this is netting me 9 energy every 15 seconds... regenerate's not great. Is that like... Is that effectively 2 pips of energy regen? It's not terrible either. But this energy costs aren't super high. Like, this is a pretty long recharge. I think I can do another offensive, like, cheaper offensive spell. Spirit Burn actually is what comes to mind if I can find it. Oh, no, wait. Spirit Boon Strike. Perfect. Gives me something to do with her energy and helps refuel rejuvenation and agony. I like this. I like this plan. Oh, I'm not actually doing anything with prot pairs. Should I be? Probably. Okay, let's just drop Weapon of Shadow for Aegis, maybe? Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's just stick an Aegis right in the middle. I mean, this bar would be stronger if I went back to Weapon of Shadow, drop the attribute points out of Protection Prayers and stuff, but I kind of want to do something with my secondary. And I think Aegis is one of those skills I have a tendency to underestimate, so I like the idea of having more copies of it. Let's not do whatever this nonsense is. What's something I haven't paired Warrior with a lot? I could go with Necromancer. I think / Necromancer might be better with Hammer, though. I have some ideas for that. You know what? I haven't paired it with much. Let's do something with Ritualist. Yeah, let's do something with Channeling Magic here. Let's give him Ancestor's Rage. Let's give him a Spirit of Destruction. You want to go to Ranger... Is AR for a hero? Can't come up with a thing that does enough damage to or gives something to the party that some other profession doesn't do better. Yeah, Ranger's interesting. Bar, okay. Missed the B. That saves me from trying to guess. See, I actually just want to rush here. Yeah, Ranger's kind of an odd one. It's hard to have something specific that you're like looking for from Ranger, I agree. Probably the best thing you have going for you is Barrage or Volley are some of the best things you can do with Splinter Weapon because they're at a range. So, like, Volley Barrage is really Volley or Barrage is really good with Splinter Weapon. So, like, Splinter Barrage is really or I don't know if really popular is the right word, but is popular for that reason. So, the okay, you head to bed, Nova. Thanks for dropping by, though. I appreciate it. That's probably like the singular, like, individual thing that you can do best with it. So yeah, if you're looking for something to do with that's probably your best option. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping by. That foe's interrupted. See, Wailing Weapon could be hilarious with Wailing Weapon and Warmonger's Weapon. Warmonger's Weapon in particular could be really good with Frustration. I kind of want to try Warmonger's Weapon Frustration bar at some point here. Oh, that could be a good Mantra of Recovery bar. I'll try to remember that. Recovery... plus Warmonger's weapon. Yeah, I wish you luck. Like, doing effective stuff with it can be quite challenging. Yeah, anything that uses nature rituals is going to just be really awkward because nature rituals just take forever to activate. And it's really, really lame. I'm going to just use Sundering Shop here. This feels fine. I like this well enough. I want to be a little bit careful how much energy I'm asking him to use. So I can probably ask him to use a little bit more than this. But it's probably fine to leave him there. Let's see. So, Whale of Doom. For a few seconds, all of target foe's attributes are set to 0. You know what? I just want to go with a Hex Bar. I want to go... No Blood Magic. Let's go, like, 11 Soul Reaping, 10 Curses, 10 Illusion. And just, like, pile on Hexes. And then grab Hexer's Vigor. Conjure Phantasm. Illusion of Pain. Soothing Images. Shadow of Fear. And... Actually, maybe Arcane Conundrum would be... Yeah, but I've got 11 Soul Reaping. That'll help energy quite a lot. Suffering is a little bit mediocre at this spec, so... But I could bring Defile Flesh. Defile Flesh nerfs healing. I don't know. This seems reasonable. Not amazing, but I want to try it. Okay, what do I want to do with Invoke Lightning? And more importantly, what do I want to do with other stuff? Invoke Lightning, Arc Lightning, Chain Lightning, and Shell Shock, and this, and one other skill. Trying to think about what professions might have a no attribute skill that I want to make use of. Man, look at all these assassin skills. Spirit Walk's actually a pretty reasonable skill if there's going to be spirits around. Man, I remember when Shadow Walk was not nerfed to Oblivion, when it was just Shadow Step to target foe, for 15 seconds nothing happens, when this stance ends you return to your original location. That was it. Then the skill was really cool. I would like it back again. Hey Dunafan. I saw you here earlier, but I'm saying hi to you anyway. Let's see, do I necessarily need a bunch of energy storage? I don't necessarily. It's just like a matter of what would actually be a good complement here. What would be a good complement here? Oh, we're being so silly. Okay, 9 energy storage, 9 spear mastery. I kind of like that. Okay, we're being really real cheeky. Boom. Chest thumper. Yeah. Actually, that one more point of energy storage doesn't do much, so let's just go with more spear mastery. Because this is every 2 ranks of energy storage, so... on the other hand, if I have an energy storage rune, this actually bumps it up a bit, so maybe that is fine. Yeah, let's go on that logic. It doesn't affect a whole lot. The spear's not really for damage, per se. But this works. This has the skill recharge of air magic spells, so... why not? Indeed. Okay, everybody has a bar. Yeah. Okay, let's go wander outside and see how things go. Step 1, Pongmai Valley. After I open up all of these, so I can actually, I don't know, watch their bars. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and post template codes. I'm cool with that. Okay. Points of consideration are definitely General Morgan's energy, Zondra's energy, Ross's energy, Olias is doing anything. Hey, skill point. Kamu definitely is going to have adrenaline issues. I should consider that. Okay, I think... yeah, so what I'm noticing with Kamu is Kamu actually has fine energy. Cost seems to be doing all right. Okay. So let's... I mean, I can take a quick look at it. Okay, so this is for a player. Splinter Weapon, Barrage, Distracting Shot. You move like a dwarf. Tryptophan Sickness pretty good. Favorable Winds, Comfort Animal, Flesh of My Flesh. 3 Restoration, 11 Channeling, 10 Marksmanship, 7 Expertise, 7 Beast Mastery. It might be a good idea to post the rune loadout you're using with this. Again, this is a code for a player, not a hero. So that may not fit. Yeah, so Y2KY is saying, I want a good ranger bar for hero. So this bar is not for hero because of the PvE only skills. Okay, so I want to tweak Kamu so he has a little bit more to do. Do I want to drop Chilling Victory or Radiant Scythe? If he's not having energy problems, I can actually just drop Radiant Scythe for something. Victorious Sweep can be good. Mystic Sweep's not a bad choice. All minor runes, but the only skills that are solid must have are Splinter and Barrage. Yeah. Favorable Winds is one of those things that would be... like, I would be so much more in favor of Favorable Winds or any of the Ranger rituals if they had received increased activation times like the Ritualist ones had. So if it took you, like, 2 seconds instead of 5 for some of those and, like, 1 second instead of 3, or even better... like, it would help a lot. Let's see. I kind of like the idea of Mystic Sweep. Because a lot of the time he should be able to have Heart of Holy Flame just sitting on him. It's only supposed to be removed for a Reaper Sweep, so I'm okay with that adjustment. I don't think I saw anything else that was immediate, like, paying attention to moment. So I'm going to just do that for now. Just because I noticed Kamu had a lot of energy, and the heavy amount of adrenaline skills meant that he's taking a while to build up before he could really do anything. It'd be interesting to see how Zandra kind of does as I'm paying attention to her too. Interesting. Taking her a while to want to drop her spirits. Oh yeah. Kamu just did friggin' Reaper Sweep Aftershock, which makes me happy. Ogden's energy is definitely worse when there's not hexes to absorb, which is not surprising. It's kind of expected. Sandra is being helped a little bit by the fact that destruction is a thing. Also, this indicates any spirits, so maybe she's able to get energy off of being near some of the AI spirits. Okay. So what I'm noticing right now with Ogden is his energy is very, very tight. That's not necessarily the worst, but it is notable. Part of that is how much he's spamming Life Sheath to remove conditions, though. So that's going to be a little bit of a factor of the area. I don't know what Spirit of Rejuvenation is healing. I want to check to make sure Serenia is using Chest Thumper, so I do want to keep an eye out on that. Doesn't seem like Kamu's having any energy problems that I was noticing, but... Yep, she's absolutely chest thumpering people. I love that. That's great. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad, Y2KY. I appreciate it. Broadhead Arrow Epidemic can be pretty good. Yeah. I wonder what I got. Let's see. Okay, let's try this crew of foes. So my biggest note right now is that Zandra's just very slow to drop her spirits. That's something that can be played around a little bit. I am concerned about Prot Spirit on Ogden, though, because it is absorbing a lot of energy. I think I might want to go with a different protection spell there. Like, he theoretically has a lot of energy management, but Life Sheath is a huge drain. So... Okay. I do really like Shell Shock, Chest Thumper, Elementalist. That to me is like, oh man, that's a great idea, and that I'm happy about. Okay, so let's do a couple more. Let's see, you were fine. You're overall fine, with my biggest complaint being that you just don't drop Agony and Rejuvenation quickly enough. You're probably fine. You're fine. Yes, this is Prot Spirit. Prot Spirit is really, really good in some areas, but it's more important to me to have a monk have enough energy to actually do anything. I think I might just switch over to Shielding Hands. Shielding Hands is decent damage reduction. It's less energy and the longer recharge is what's really important. I think I might try that for now. Okay. Yeah, Epidemic can go a couple of different directions with what you're doing. Why not use a Mesmer Energy Management skill on which character? Alright, if you're talking about Ogden, he has a couple. But Inspired Hex and Revealed Hex are only energy management in areas with enough hexes. And Power Drain is decent energy management if there's casters around because it's net 12 energy. But Prot Spirit is at 10 energy is just a lot of energy. At a 5-second... Leech Signet's also a potential option. I would prefer to have a higher amount of hex removal. Like one of the things is that Life Sheath is just a huge drain on energy. And this area in particular exacerbates it because he's spamming it not just for protection, but to remove all of the conditions. So there's a little bit of an artificial effect from that. Plus, these areas don't really have any hexes and have fewer overall casters. So his energy is just going to be bad here to an extent. But I also kind of want to make sure things aren't too bad. Leech Signet only nets energy if it interrupts a spell. It's not as good of energy management as Power Drain in that regard. It has a 10-second longer recharge and recharges less energy. Ether Signet is an option as well, as you're just mentioning. I'd rather just try the swap from Prot Spirit to Shielding Hands, because that just lowers the energy burden on his bar just considerably. And I want to see how that does. Makes these guys come running. Those are all definitely options, though. For sure. Guardians is a little redundant with Aegis, but you do you. Oh, man. I love seeing all those soothing images. Petals on those guys. You got Serenity there? Yeah, part of the problem is this party comp does not have great... That's really interesting. See, so one of the things that's happening right now is the AI is like, I just want to keep spamming Men, Body, and Soul instead of using Offering of Spirit to regain energy. Which is a very interesting choice. I would love a version of Guild Wars 1's like gameplay mechanics with Final Fantasy XII's programmable AI system. Where it's like, let me tell you how to use your bar. That would be so very helpful. So very helpful. I wonder how often Elias is using Hexer's Vigor. It doesn't really matter. He got some damage, so he's using it. I guess that works. Looks like General Morgan's been doing fine on energy. Yeah. Keen Arrow having really good synergy for Go for the Eyes, of course, is pretty cool. You know, if he uses... he uses them that way. Yeah, just swapping off Prot Spirit to Shielding Hands just fixed all of Ogden's energy problems. I mean, that's fair, but it still would be nice to be able to give, like, even if it's not as like detailed per se as FF12, being able to give like usage clues about bars to the AI would be really, really handy. I still really like Shell Shock Chest Thumper though. That just the idea of using Chest Thumper on an elementalist like that makes me so happy. If you wanted to do this as a player, by the way, And like it would work well with Thunderclap as well. But you could absolutely use Spirit of the Forgotten with Conjure Lightning, and that'd be a really sweet combo. Okay, you don't actually see Spirit of Rejuvenation's thingy on you. It doesn't show up in the effects monitor. That's interesting. I do like her being able to heal them with Boon Spirit Strike. Wonder how ANET will drive forward with the franchise. Oh, for the Mac client. For Guild Wars 2, I assume? Or... Yeah, I'd be curious. I would really like them to make some single-player games with it. The game that I'm like... most... This would be really cool if they did, would be a tactics game, a single-player tactics game following the rise of King Adelburn, kind of like a Fire Emblem sort of game or something. But, you know, with King Adelburn. Back during the Guild Wars. I think that would be really, really cool. Okay, well, I feel pretty happy with these bars where they're at now. So, I think that's probably going to wrap things up for me for the most part. I should maybe get a screenshot for the thumbnail, though. I have a lot of good things to say about Guild Wars 2, just nothing good to say about its like combat. Its combat is boring. And that makes me sad because I think the game is beautiful and I love the character creator and music, and I think the story could have been the personal story. I can't really comment on a lot of the Living Season stuff. I only played through the base game, Season 2 to a bit, and Heart of Thorns, but I couldn't tell you what happens in Heart of Thorns overall because I got real lost in there in terms of the lore. I think the base Guild Wars 2, the personal story, is should have been approached differently, shall we say. Yeah, to me, the biggest issue in some regards is that Guild Wars 2 is so nothing like Guild Wars 1. Where did I even walk that I'm over here? Like, it's too mechanically divergent from Guild Wars 1 for me to be happy about it being called Guild Wars 2. Oh, that's really weird. Every time I try to walk into Tanglewood Copse, it's warping me into Arborstone. That's very peculiar. But yeah, like Guild Wars 2 to me is a game where it's like it's so close. Or like it's like so like enmeshed in the same environment, but it's just so not Guild Wars 1. Because I'm trying to refactor my thoughts here properly. It's so not Guild Wars 1 that the fact that it's called Guild Wars 2 is kind of misleading. Because it's just so mechanically... It's like... It's so mechanically divergent. It's further... Like, a lot of people complain about Dark Souls 2, and I think Dark Souls 2 has problems of, like, drifting too far from Dark Souls 1, where it kind of, like, people were wanting something more like Dark Souls 1, and their expectations were set by that title. But I think Guild Wars 2 does that even more aggressively. Almost zero diversity of builds is a big thing. Yeah, I don't mind the a lot of the stuff that they did with the build system on its surface. I don't mind. I like skills attached to weapons and weapon swapping. I think that's really cool. The problems that I have with the system is, first of all, the removal of energy was, in my opinion, a really bad idea because it makes balancing really hard. Because skills are no longer interacting with each other on an axis as well. I think that the biggest problem with the combat system in Guild Wars 2, from what I've experienced of it, is that the enemies are just too bland, which means that you don't have to be creative about what you're doing. You just use your damage skills in order, dodge when you have endurance to dodge an attack. Maybe you learn enough that, like, oh, this particular enemy attack is one I really should dodge. But for the most part, it's just like, dodge when you have endurance to dodge, use your damage skills when they get off cooldown, and just keep spamming them. um, and use your healing skill when your health gets low. Like, most enemies out in the overworld have that sort of playstyle. I know that there's some bosses and stuff where there's more nuance and things like that. But the other thing, too, is I feel like the balance of the game makes it really punishing in later game areas if you're trying to play solo and not, like, really going hard on damage. So, like, your gear all needs to be, like, berserker type stuff. Like, you really need to pump up the damage stat. Otherwise, fights just take way too long and lose any interest. But I could talk, like, all day about my issues with Guild Wars 2. It's definitely not Guild Wars 1. Yeah, I have no idea about the PvP. I've heard the SPvP has a lot of botting issues, or not botting issues, but hacking issues in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 1 PvP was amazing for what it was. Like, it was, like, for being, like, it's not a good, like, solo PvP thing, but for party-based PvP, Guild Wars 1 was really, really good. And I really, really liked the PvP in Guild Wars 1, but that environment is kind of not entirely gone, but greatly diminished, which is a little sad. But anyway, I can't really comment on Guild Wars 2 PvP. I will say that I'd love to see what happened to World v World if they removed the caps on skills. Like, what I mean by caps on skills is, like, Meteor Shower can only hit 5 enemies per pulse. So what if it just hit everything inside of its area of effect range, like it does in Guild Wars 1? Like, I think that would allow... and if that was just true about anything AoE, I think that would do a lot to make Zergs bad, and would change up World v World a lot. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I would be willing to try a bunch of different stuff. I prefer, like, the trait system is a neat idea. I like the implementation of that same sort of idea in Middle-earth Shadow of War better, because it's the same sort of thing. Exactly. Like, oh, here comes a Zerg. Well, just drop all of your Meteor Showers and your Elemental Storm Glyphs and just watch as they just melt. And that would require, like, being smarter about what you're doing and being more evasive and not just being a big old Zerg. See, this is the sort of thing where I'm like, how would that affect things, right? Anyway, I need to be kind of wrapping up the stream. I am enjoying the conversation, though. So, I have a Discord there if anybody wants to hang out. I'm happy to talk game design whenever I'm around. But I should be wrapping up for the day. So thank you all very much for watching. My next stream is on, next scheduled stream is on Saturday. I'm going to be continuing my Hexen playthrough and then probably some Path of Exile then. Next Guild Wars stream is going to be on Tuesday of the week after. And that will probably see more Buildcraft then, and then probably something different on the following Wednesday. Just because I think it would be good to have a little bit of variety in what I'm doing. But I am enjoying doing the Buildcraft stuff here on stream for y'all. But yeah, you can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. You can find the schedule and the thing down below where the schedule thing is shown. There's a tab for it somewhere. And I think that's going to cover things. So I thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, take care, everyone. Goodbye.